So while we are waiting for our guests to arrive and students to settle, we should understand that this conference exemplifies interdisciplinary collaboration from pharmaceutical sciences to computational biology, from clinical research to digital health ecosystems. And it is a well-known fact that science teaches us patience and breakthroughs often come after a moment of pause. So we'll be starting shortly while we wait for our guests to arrive. Thank you for your patience.
Everyone please settle down fast. We are about to start.
ये जो है ना देर अब इसमें सामने वैकेंसी जैसे रहती है वो कोई दिक्कत नहीं, क्योंकि लाइव हम देख रहे हैं उसके।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, eminent scientists, researchers, faculty members, industry leaders, scholars, and my dear students. It's my immense honor and privilege to welcome you all to the International Conference on Advanced Research, AI-powered revolution in pharmaceutical and biological sciences, which is called ICAR-APRPB 2026, hosted by we gathered not just for a conference but for a revolution in healthcare. ज्ञान की ज्योति से जगमगाता हर विचार हो, अनुसंधान से सशक्त हर उपहार हो। ज्ञान की ज्योति से जगमगाता हर विचार हो, अनुसंधान से सशक्त हर उपचार हो। कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता जब विज्ञान से हाथ मिलाए, कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता जब विज्ञान से हाथ मिलाए, तो मानवता के हित में हर आविष्कार साकार हो। With this thought, today marks a historic milestone as Access Colleges host this international conference, bringing together brilliant minds from across the globe to deliberate on the future of AI-enabled healthcare and pharmaceutical innovation. Albert Einstein rightly said, the measure of intelligence is the ability to change. And today we are here to explore how artificial intelligence is transforming pharmaceutical and biological sciences. And let us begin this auspicious occasion by welcoming our distinguished dignitaries who are between us from different parts of the country and the globe. And as a symbol of sustainability and growth, I would be requesting that dignitaries of our college to present sapling to the distinguished guests. Let us first begin by welcoming Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey sir, who is Executive Director, Center for Energy and Environmental Sustainability, Lucknow, to come here. And I would like to invite Dr. Rishi Raj Kapoor, Director, AIA, to present sapling to sir. Welcome, sir. Your presence is honorable for us. Now I would like to invite Dr. Isha Yadav, Principal AIP, to present sapling to Dr. Ajay Sachan sir, who is Deputy Drugs Controller India, CDSCO, North Zone, Government of India. I would like to invite Dr. Shubha Jain, HOD CSC, to present sapling to Mr. Harish K. Jain, who is Director, Embiotic Laboratories and National President, Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs. Welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mohammad Sharik sir, HOD CE, for presenting sapling to Dr. Rajneesh Kumar, who is Associate Professor, Varanasi. Next, I would like like to invite Dr. Abdullah Khan, Director AIP, to present sapling to Professor Dr. Neeraj Verma, Director, ICAR College of Pharmacy, Lucknow. Next in series, I would like to invite Dr. Arun Kumar, HOD ME, to present sapling to Dr. Manish Singh Rajput, who is Head of Biotechnology, Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Technology for Handicap, Kanpur. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Kumar Sanu, HOD Diploma, to present sapling to Dr. Manish Kumar Gupta, who is Professor, Gyan Bihar School of Pharmacy, Suresh Gyan Bihar University, Jaipur.
कोई बात नहीं, जूम का इस्तेमाल करो। अगर वो आगे चले जा रहे हैं तो फेल हो या किसी तरह से
We are waiting for few of the esteemed guests to arrive, and then we'll start with the lamp lighting process. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rishi Raj Kapoor, Director AIA, to present sapling to Dr. Shashi Alo, who is Professor, Bundelkhand University and National President, SPSR. Few of our guests are also on the way due to traffic, bad traffic in Kanpur. The process is delayed, so I would request everyone to wait patiently so that we can start the proceedings once everybody is here. Two of our guests from Malaysia have entered the campus. We are just waiting for them and then we'll start the process. Now, I would request Dr. Abdullah Khan, Director AIP, to present sapling to Professor Dr. Gan Siu Hu, who is Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia. Thank you. I would like to invite Ms. Kirandeep Kaur, Manager CRC, to present sapling to Dr. Tan Siu Mei, who is Assistant Professor, Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia. We welcome you to India and Access Colleges, Kanpur. Light symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and positive energy. As we embark on this journey of scientific exploration, may I request our dignitaries to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lamp lighting. Requesting Ashok Pandey, Dr. Ajay Sachan, Mr. Harish K. Jain, Dr. Shashi Alok, Professor Dr. Gansu, Dr. Tan Siu Mei, Director AIP, Principal AIP, Director AIA to proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony. All the dignitaries to be on this stage for a group photograph. We have amongst us Dr. Shiv Pujan sir also, who can join on the stage for the group photograph.
अभी पीछे आता भाई अभी आ रहा है अभी हट जाओ। अविनाश सर
Now I would like to invite Dr. Vikas Srivastav to present sapling to Dr. Shiv Pujan, who is Director Biotop Solutions, Lucknow. Let's start the process of illuminating the innovative minds and ignite transformative research. I would like to invite Dr. Abdullah Khan, Director AIP, to deliver the welcome note to the audience. Dr. Abdullah is a distinguished academician and administrator, currently serving as Director AIP, with extensive experience in pharmaceutical education, research, and institutional leadership. He has played a pivotal role in strengthening academic standards, fostering innovation, student-centric learning environment. Dr. Khan is widely respected for his commitment to quality education, faculty development, and industry-academia collaboration. Under his leadership, the Institute continues to advance in teaching excellence, research initiatives, and professional ethics, contributing significantly to the growth of pharma education. I would like to invite Sir to present the welcome note.
A very good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and my dear students. This is an important event where we will be exchanging knowledge and learning various aspects and advancements in the pharmaceutical and biological sciences. As the theme of the conference is the revelation, advanced research, AI-based revelation in pharmaceutical and biological sciences. We have expert speakers today who will be sharing their expertise with the beginners in the pharmaceutical professionals and also the budding pharmacists. And this platform is not only to exchange and discuss or present presentations and online, offline presentations. Besides that, we are aiming to have a greater scope of collaboration with national and international institutions in order to develop the academics as well as research with collaboration, because we know that if we are collaborating, we are supporting each other. And this is the main thing, because AI is not a challenge but it's an opportunity. How are they going to use this in drug discovery, formulation development, research, and even in regulatory aspects? And this AI powers us and it directs us what we may not think about. So, utilizing the AI power to develop, to enhance the services through the drug discovery and patient-centered dosage forms. Recently, you would have heard about the phase 3 clinical trials developed by experts focusing on twice-a-year dose of antihypertensive drugs using subcutaneous route. See, the major disadvantage of taking medication daily is to remember to take. And we have seen that AI will support us even to memorize things unintentionally. Unintentional memorization of taking medication through the use of devices.
I would like to tell something about the targeting using the AI, targeted drug delivery systems. How many of us actually focus on microenvironment while targeting the drug? And how AI can help us to identify the microenvironment at specific sites in the body and to utilize those microenvironment and the type of biochemicals present at a particular site to target those sites specifically using the pharmaceutical approach. So I don't have to tell many things here. Just I want to welcome all of you, and I hope you will have a very great time here. Particularly the students, you have the opportunity to liaise with the distinguished speakers, experts in the field, and I insist that you ask questions because the best way of learning is asking. So welcome again, and let us begin.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone of academic excellence and global collaboration at this stage. Now, I would like to request Dr. Isha Yadav, Principal AIP, to present an overview of ICAR-APRPB 2026. Dr. Isha Yadav is a distinguished professor, researcher and academic leader in the field of pharmacy, currently serving as Principal AIP, Kanpur. With over a decade of teaching and research experience, she has made significant contributions to pharmacology and natural product drug discovery. Dr. Research excellence is reflected in numerous publications in reputed national and international journals, including different journals and reviews that she has done. She is also the inventor of 2 Australian patents for innovative herbal and polyherbal formulation addressing anti-obesity and diabetic wound healing, highlighting her impact in translational and applied research. Would invite ma'am for presenting the conference brief.
Very good morning to all of you. Am I audible till last to everyone? Okay. A very pleasant and inspiring morning to our distinguished dignitaries, eminent scientists, academicians, industry leaders, research scholars, and my dear students. Today, I stand before During this conference, we will witness visionary keynote address, cutting-edge research presentations, technical deliberations on AI-driven pharmaceutical advancements, insightful discussions. Shaping the future of health research is not merely experimentations. It is preserved with purpose to our young researchers and students. Today is your day present with confidence, debate and logic. Learn with humanity. याद रखें, आज का researcher कल का scientific leader होगा. ICAR-APRB 2026 stands for knowledge with responsibility, innovations with ethics, collaborations with boundaries, research with social relevance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every person over here, members, speakers, reviewers, faculty members, sponsors, and our dynamic student volunteers. Let us begin this conference with the open minds and visionary thinking. Let us question boldly. Let us collaborate sincerely. Let us innovate responsibly, because when science advances with integrity, when artificial intelligence empowers healthcare, when research serves humanity, तब देश ही नहीं विश्व का कल्याण होता है. With pride and optimism for a higher scientific future, I, Dr. Isha Yadav, Principal and Convener, proudly declares ICAR-APRB 2026 open for intellectual exploration, transformative research and meaningful collaborations. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for outlining the visionary objectives of this conference, bridging AI, regenerative medicine, digital health, and pharmaceutical sciences. We now move forward to begin the guest talk sessions. We all know that pharmacy is not just about medicines. It is about restoring hope. Behind every successful treatment lies years of unseen research. I would now like to invite Professor Ashok Pandey sir, who is Executive Director, Center for Energy and Environmental Sustainability, India, Lucknow, to share his experience and words of wisdom with the audience. Professor Ashok Pandey is a globally recognized leader in sustainability sciences as the Executive Director of CEES India, a former distinguished scientist at CSIR, IITR, and former head of the CSIR NIIST Center for Biofuels. His distinguished career includes pioneering research in industrial biotechnology, biofuels, and the circular economy. Honored as a UNESCO professor, he has held prestigious adjunct positions worldwide. His work is dedicated to developing sustainable technological solutions for energy and environmental challenges.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। थोड़ा अच्छे से गुड मॉर्निंग बोलिए। That's the spirit. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Isha Yadav and Dr. Manish for giving me this opportunity to join today on this organization. The theme of this event is extremely important. And it's just coincident that it has happened a couple of days or a day after when we had a global AI event first time in our country, in which participants from 80 countries attended the meeting, discussed about AI and its role for sustainable development of human. And the theme has been so relevant that while the government has expected, say, X number of experts to attend this meeting. In reality, 10x experts from different countries participated. Approximately 2.5 lakhs additional experts from these 80 countries reached Delhi, and of course it was a bit chaotic how to manage the accommodation and all that and all that. Whatever it be, the point is very clear. AI is one of the most important perhaps tool today we need to adopt. A few minutes before, Dr. Khan, you mentioned that the young student need to understand and adopt the AI in their knowledge, their skill, in their subjects and all that. But slightly different. I think each of us, irrespective of at what stage of our professional career today we have, including me, we need to understand what is AI, and we must adopt in our domain of subject, teaching, research or whatever. Please understand, the message given to India is very clear after the first day of this meeting that we have already missed the bus. The first bus on AI has been missed by us. Time is very important. Simple saying that respect the time, otherwise time will not respect you. So we know that adopting AI today is posing a lot of challenges for us. But to stay in global competition and to provide solutions which are our country specific, region specific, we must develop tools and methods using AI for us. And this is where now there is a huge policy, modification, adoption and all that and all that. So please understand that even if I work on energy and environmental sustainability, if I do not understand that how to adopt AI tools in developing process and knowledge for developing green energy or whatever, white biotechnology, blue biotechnology and all, probably I will be out of competition. It has been very clearly said that human health is at the forefront, pharmacy, medical sciences, and it's good that today we are talking about AI in pharmacy and biological sciences. Focus has been on human body, let us say for example, and many questions which we did not understand very clearly so far apparently are very possible to be understood in very short time. About a month back, we have been talking that AI will revolutionize the world perhaps in a decade. And after this summit, the decades has been changed to 3 to 4 years, in particular on medical sciences. We all know that, for example, human body, we talk of our body is comprised of 43% of human cells, only 43. And what is remaining 57%? It is macrobial cells. Macrobial biomass is far more higher in our body than. So then we move further. Then what do we do further onto this one? Then we understand that the population in our body, which is primarily responsible for most of the functions of the body, including the obesity, including disease in the family. 2 people are there, the sister or sister, they are taking the same food, they are taking the same kind of exercises. One is lean, one became out. Why? Because there are specific kind of microorganism which produce different kind, specific kind of chemicals in gut microbiota. So that makes to understand that gut microbiota is perhaps the most important when you're talking of human health. We know that adrenaline is generated, we know that dopamine is generated. Few years back, decades back, we thought that it is generated in brain. But then we understood that it is generated in human stomach because some of the specific microorganism, and through blood cell barrier it travels to the mind. So now adopting and applying AI tools, theoretically it is possible today that we can identify which are the cells responsible for obesity. And theoretically it is possible today that if those cells from my body are transferred into Manish's body, who is already obese, like this, and vice versa. So this kind of situation is emerging, and we need to understand that if we do not adopt according to the local conditions, and when I say local conditions, it is also very important to understand that gut microbiota, as I mentioned to you, is responsible for every kind of human behavior, impact, disease, every disease, and so on. We have been talking 3 decades before that personalized medicines. We have been talking of personalized textile. Today, it seems that it could be possible in just the next 3 to 4 years. It cannot be, something of a distant dream. So, gut microbiota, globe has accepted it, is responsible for everything. A gut microbiota of Indian population is very different than the gut microbiota of Chinese, and for that matter, gut microbiota of Eastern Europe countries or Japanese people and so on. What it implies? It implies that it is necessary that we develop our own food, we develop our own medicine. If we at all we are interested that we make a very focused treatment regime, and if you are talking of tackling generic diseases at large. So while AI has great significance and it has brought huge challenge today to Indian fraternity involved in any field of science and technology. But then these challenges have also brought a lot of opportunities to learn and deliver. And this is where again Dr. Khan, it is just not the young researcher students who are supposed to take lead. Primarily it is we first have to take lead and then deliver. So not only pharmacy, everyone of us to understand this point. And the point is very clear. It has been told at the concluding session of AI Summit. For example, doctors who do not adopt AI tools in practicing their medicine, including surgery, perhaps after 3-4 years, either they will have no job or they will be simply nursing assistant. That's the pace of growth today taking place. And this is true for every single domain of science and technology. So, my request and suggestion to everyone is there that take AI as a challenge to understand. Please do not try to become, as an energy expert, as an environmental expert, I should not dream to become expert on AI. My expertise is on food technology or pharmacy or whatever. So that is expertise. But knowledge we must gain to apply these AI tools in our domain of expertise. Thank you very much, and I wish this event brings cheers for everybody in some form or other. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the words of wisdom. You rightly said that data is the new molecule of modern drug discovery and we should use it properly. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Sachan, Deputy Drugs Controller India and Zonal Head, CDSCO, North Zone, Ghaziabad. Dr. Ajay Sachan is a Senior Regulatory Authority serving as a Deputy Drugs Controller and Zonal Head for CDSCO North Zone, overseeing drug regulations in multiple states and Delhi. Rising from the role of Drug Inspector in Delhi, he ensures the uniform implementation of the Drugs and Cosmetic Acts. The key quantity strengthens regulatory compliance in India by serving as a frequent speaker and a resource person at national conferences on GMP and pharmacovigilance. Sir, would like to invite you to share your experience with the audience.
Good morning. Namaste to all of you. Thank you. First of all, I am very much thankful to the Access Colleges, management of the Access College, for giving me the opportunity to share my views for this conference. Respected dignitaries, distinguished faculty members, and esteemed guests. It's indeed great honor and privilege to address this gathering on the theme AI-powered resolution in pharmaceutical and biological sciences. Actually, this topic reflects not only the spirit of innovation, but also the future direction of the healthcare, research and life sciences also. So, if you will see, we are living in the era where artificial intelligence is no longer a concept of the future. It's a powerful reality shaping our present. Since we are from the regulatory side, so I can say in pharmaceutical and biological sciences, AI is transforming traditional methods into faster, smarter and more precise systems. If you will compare with in the research field also, there were traditional method, we are synthesizing any molecule, then again we are doing in vivo or in vitro studies to check the efficacy or safety of that molecule. So now we can easily do all those activities with the help of AI. Actually, what is the role of AI in the drug discovery and development? One of the most remarkable contributions lies in the drug discovery and development. Traditionally, this process takes years and enormous financial resources also. With AI-powered algorithm, researcher can analyze millions of chemical compounds within a minute, predict drug target interaction, identify potential side effects of that molecule, optimize lead molecules differently. As a result, life-saving medicines can reach patient faster and at the lower cost. If you will see the drug development and moreover, if any type of formulation which are likely to be available for the general public, so it will take years to develop and to make that drug effective and safe for the general public. So first, researcher will do their own, they are developing the drug. Once it is safe, then there is a role of the regulatory authorities to efficacy and safety of that drug. So it's a long process, so that will be definitely minimized with the help of the AI. Very important role in the biomedicals and diagnostics also. In biological sciences, AI is revolutionizing genomics, proteomics and molecular biology also. By processing vast biological data, AI helps scientists understand mechanism, genetic mutations and cellular behavior also. In diagnostic also, AI enables system now assist in early detection of the cancers, accurate interpretation of the radiological images, or I can say that in the future, I think there is no need for logist, that machine will do all those things. So it is transforming very fast. Prediction of disease progression, personalized treatment planning. Right now what these physicians, they are having set type of, means they have diagnosed and they are prescribing the medicines based on the disease. So now it's a patient specific, we can do this activity. So this will lead to more precise, timely and patient-centered healthcare. AI has made personalized medicine in reality. by integrating patient history, genetic information, lifestyle factors, and clinical data, AI can recommend customized treatment plans, and this ensures better therapeutic outcomes, reduce adverse reactions, improve quality of life for the patient. So this actually shift from one size fit all to patient specific care. This is related to the patient, and if you will see, AI is having very important role in the manufacturing, and so in pharmaceutical manufacturing, AI supports automation, quality control and compliance management. A smart system monitor production in real time, detect deviations and predict equipment failures. So that will already calculate means how much particular machine will produce the particular type of drug. So the sudden shutdown of that manufacturing process, that will be identified prior. So that is a very important role of the AI. And such innovations strengthen trust in medicines and healthcare system. If you will see this, when AI offers immense benefits, it also brings important responsibilities. Issues such as transparency, algorithm bias, and regulatory oversight must be addressed carefully. Ethical implementation of AI is essential to ensure that technology serves humanity and fairness and integrity. So this is somehow I had tried to give some brief about the AI. That is a very vast and very advanced subject. So our expert and lecturer, definitely they will give you the idea, and that will be benefited for you. So if you will see what are the opportunities for the students and young professionals for the AI for students and researchers, the AI-driven era opens unlimited opportunities. Interdisciplinary skills combining pharmacy, biology, data science and artificial intelligence will definitely define future leaders. Continuous learning, innovation and adaptability will be the key to success. And since you all are the pharmacists, maybe some are in the first year, second year or final year, or some are M.Pharm or PhD. So one thing I just want to say, because I am in the regulatory side, so the future of the pharmacist is very bright. And if you will see what we had done, all of you are pharmacists, I am also a pharmacist. So if you will see the country perspective, we are number 3rd in respect of the volume of the production of the entire global market, and almost we are supplying vaccines to 200 plus countries, and we are fulfilling the demand of the US market. Those are highly regulated, US or UK market. More than 50% of generics are supplied from our country. That is why it's a proud for all of us. That is why we are called as the pharmacy of the world. So you all young students, you are having very much, I can say, responsibilities over your shoulders. So I must say that we, within a period of time, we may number 1 for this, so that will create more opportunities also. And one thing just I wanted to share, that see, AI is also a type of innovation, so try to do something in field of the innovation. If you will see, just I am giving one example. Suppose anybody has established one manufacturing plant for manufacturing of the tablets or capsules, and he has started marketing, or in a period of the time, maybe after 10, 15 or 20 years, his turnover will cross 50, 100 or 150 crores maybe. That depends upon the, but if you will see the role of the innovation, now there are some biological therapies were also in place. We have given the approval also. So if you will do the innovation, so definitely that you may succeed within a very short period of the time. So that is a unique actually. So my request to please try to learn more and do something new in the pharmacy. And last but not the least, there are some lines which are not my lines. Everywhere where the students, I am addressing to the students, so I read those lines. These are not mine, these are from our Honorable Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. What he has written, that is for the everyone, for especially for the students. Every morning you stand in front of the mirror and say 5 lines. Number 1, I am the best. Number 2, I can do it. Number 3, God is always with me. Number 4, I am a winner. And very important is number 5, today is my day. So these are some lines. So definitely you will get some energy that no, if I was failed in yesterday, so definitely today is my day. I will definitely do something new for in the field of the patient safety. So thank you once again, and I must congratulate to the organizer for every success of this conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you for sharing your experience, Dr. Ajay. And glad to know that we are number 3 in the supply side, and we are fulfilling the generic medicines to the globe properly. Also, sir shared the regulatory side of this particular sector, and I'm happy to hear that you all have a very bright future. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Harish K. Jain, who is Director, Embiotic Laboratories and National President, Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs. Harish K. Jain is a prominent industry leader, serving as National President of FO and Director of Embiotic Laboratories. With a decade of leadership in Karnataka Drugs and Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, he has been instrumental in organizing major industry events like the Indian Pharmaceutical Congress. A certified corporate director, his path-breaking activities include vice chairmanship of CITI membership on the key national committees for Farm Excel and CII, and driving crucial industry initiatives on regulations and skill development. Would invite Sir to share his experience with the audience now.
Good afternoon to you all. I think customary, I would like to thank Axis Institutes, specifically Dr. Isha Yadavji, as well as Dr. Neeraj for me being having here today. I always wanted to come to Lucknow and Kanpur for last so many decades. I know Dr. Neeraj for more than a decade now. And today is the day where I'm so happy that I'm here today. And in midst of all the young minds who are ready to learn the artificial intelligence. I think it's been a great moment, and thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Before starting my views on artificial intelligence, I think what I would like to say is bit of coming from the industry side. What would like to say little bit on what the Indian pharmaceutical industry is all about today. I remember my younger days, my father used to have a pharmaceutical wholesale shop, and that was in the early 80s, 1980s. Ciprofloxacin tablets used to cost 40 rupees per tablet in India. Dollar used to be $1 used to be 7 rupees. So it was something like $6 per one ciprofloxacin tablet. And today that 40 rupees tablet has shrunk to 4 rupees in India. And the dollar is from 7, it has gone to close to 90 rupees. So this is the small contribution of, I would say not small in terms of not only but then economy to the patient, what the Indian pharmaceutical industry has not only done to the Indian patients but also to the global patients. If globally the medicines has to be affordable, it can only the Indian companies can do. We are, as Dr. Ajay Sachanji has said, we are the third largest in terms of volume, 13th or 14th largest in terms of value. We are the generic pharmacy of the world. Two important things I would like to say. The highest number of prescriptions in the United States for a particular brand is an Indian brand. I think that's the one which we are all very proud that India stands number one in that aspect. Number of USFDA approved plants, pure USFDA approved plants in India are the highest in the world, surprising even the United States. So these are some of the small contributions what the Indian pharmaceutical industry has done. Although our exports to US is only $8 billion, but the amount of money what the patients in the United States have saved is much more larger, maybe multiple times of what is our exports figure says about it. And this is what is the contribution of Indian pharmaceutical industry we are talking about today. We are currently almost close to around $65 billion. By next 4 or 5 years, we are going to reach around $130 billion. And in 2047, when India celebrates its 100 years of independence, we will be around $450 billion. This is what the estimate is said about. But I am very optimistic. We will reach much beyond that. And you as the young students, researchers, huge opportunity. It has been, Indian pharmaceutical industry has been led by manufacturing growth, but then next decades, we are also going to be number one in services sector as well. And this pharmaceutical, the quality assurance, quality control, regulatory, drug discovery, is going to be much bigger than the pharmaceutical manufacturing itself. So this probably with that small overview, what we are looking at is coming to the artificial intelligence, which is the theme of this 2-day workshop or the summit what we have today. Can you imagine? I think I'm sure after this, by tomorrow evening when all of you go back, can we imagine our pharmacy profession without artificial intelligence? I can always say it is no. I'll tell you some of the things what we are going to do. There's also artificial intelligence is going to destroy our careers. It's also going to destroy our jobs. What I want to say is artificial intelligence will never replace a pharmacist. Be clear about it. It will never replace a pharmacist. What it will replace is artificial intelligence is going to a pharmacist who has a knowledge of artificial intelligence is going to replace a pharmacist which doesn't have the knowledge of artificial intelligence. So I'm telling you a very fact that we don't have any choice. We have to look at artificial intelligence over a career. Today, as pharmacists, we not only areas including artificial intelligence. Then only we will be complete pharmacists, be our experts, and we can have a huge future and opportunity. Pharmacy is becoming intelligent. Please mark my words. Pharmacy profession is becoming intelligent, technology-driven, healthcare, patient-centric discipline. When we talk about patients, our whole profession of pharmacy, if you look at from 5 decades, 6 decades back, the whole profession of medicine was with the physician. You must have seen even in many places, you would have seen most of the many physicians with mortar and pestle making medicines and dispensing. Now, we as a pharmacist, we made this profession, we took that into specialized profession and ensured that there is a universal medicines availability is there. Now, how that has happened? Because we have gone deep into the subject and done an innovation. I think that was our whole profession of pharmacy is based on the innovation and what we did from the profession which was in the hands of physicians. So this is where again we are getting into the next era, and what artificial intelligence will do is, it will, as I said, it will strengthen the role of a pharmacist. And let me caution you, if you ignore artificial intelligence, you are at the risk of losing your jobs. Got my point, right? Now, as my all the other speakers have also talked about how the artificial intelligence can help in different areas. Let me give you a certain, as I said, only the Indians, as the contribution of Indian industry, Indian pharmacist profession can make the medicine economical, make the therapy economical for the whole world. Now, give you small statistics. Currently, any new drug development takes around 10 to 12 years, close to more than $1.5 billion of investment per drug, and the success is not guaranteed. The success percentage is less than 1% for even for a particular medicine. Now, what this artificial intelligence is, what it is estimated that, and I'm going to tell you, this can help the world. We are the powerhouse of pharmacy. We are the powerhouse of all the emerging technologies, and it can happen only in India. It is estimated that this $2 billion worth of investment will shrunk to around $500 million. It's at the 1/4 of the cost, we will be able to develop a new drug. And this 10 to 12 years of development time has a potential to be shrunk to 6 to 8 years of time. That is what the artificial intelligence will do. Not only that, the success rate is going to be also high. It is expected that it will be in the double digits. Now, currently when you look at any medicine development, we are looking at 3 different aspects. Can anybody tell me? All our pharmacy profession is based on 3 words. We are looking at safety, efficacy, and quality. And today, safety is more than important than efficacy. What differentiates from us from a quack is we are also able to demonstrate the safety apart from the efficacy. So, having said that, artificial intelligence can help in drug discovery as well as design. In drug discovery, as you know, it all starts with the identification of the disease pathway, and then you have a target molecule which can interact with the receptors, and then so all these things we can predict the disease pathway, and also what is the molecular structure for which a particular molecule will be able to interact with that particular disease pathway and make that disease curable. Now, having said that, Sir had already talked about we have millions of molecules which can be screened and identify the potential molecule. Apart from the drug discovery, we are also looking at artificial intelligence in preclinical development. Again, from preclinical, then clinical trials. One very important thing what artificial intelligence can do is, I think one of the important aspects today where clinical trials is important is the safety of the volunteers. Now, when you have the safety of the volunteers, what your artificial, especially when we have these wearable devices, which can actually predict how the drug is acting on a minute-to-minute basis, and in case there is, will also predict if there is a potential severe toxicity, and you can stop that particular therapy for that particular patient. So it is going to, you have seen many reports where during the drug development in clinical trials, many deaths would have happened to the patients or the volunteers who are taking those medicines. Now that kind of deaths can be avoided. So that will actually not only bring us, it will also give a fillip to the clinical trials, and we can predict what is going to be the toxicity of a particular molecule. Now apart from, we are also looking at, sir had talked about artificial intelligence in manufacturing and control. Again, very important is when you do a development, there are set of data what we have, but those set of data has to be presented to a regulator in this particular form. Now, artificial intelligence has a potential to your data to be put in the form of a regulator, which now takes months together for people to do it manually. By using artificial intelligence, we can put that in few days. I think this is where the things about regulator is there. Now, once the product is into the market, we are also looking at development of personalized medicine. Once, as a pharmacist at the retail level, how can artificial intelligence can help? How can, when you are looking at drug logistics, using the data what we have, can we prevent shortage of medicines in a particular medical shop or in a particular area? This, as we have seen during the COVID times, lot of shortages was there. If we had this knowledge of artificial intelligence during that time, we could have prevented that particular shortages. Then we also have prevent expiries in the medical shops. I think this is some of the areas where we can work is, even when you're looking at marketing, how the disease is progressing, what is the prescription habit of a particular prescriber, how this particular, where this drug is moving. So all that can be the kind of data what we have using analytics and artificial intelligence. We can predict what is going to be my business. Having said that, I think today's whole couple of days of this conference, we are looking at all this kind of science, technology, and we have experts who can give you knowledge about all the various facets of artificial intelligence in pharma. And I am sure when you go back, you will be much more enlightened. And again, I would like to congratulate Axis Institutes for bringing such an important topic at such a crucial juncture. And thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Uttar Pradesh.
Thank you for those thought-provoking insights into translational research and AI-enabled pharmaceutical advancements, sir. Now, let us begin the keynote lecture series. We all know that research is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. Knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. Now, I would like to invite Professor Gyan Siu Hu, Dean, University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia. Professor Gyan Siu is a Dean of Pharmacy at Cyberjaya University, providing strategic academic leadership. With over 25 years at the top institutions like Monash University, Malaysia, including as the head of school, she is a leading researcher in pharmacology and pharmacogenetics. Her pioneering work includes managing numerous international clinical trials and authoring over 250 high-impact publications. She is also a prolific science communicator, engaging the public through media, books, and TEDx talks. Would love to hear your knowledge here, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. Dr. Abdullah Khan, the director, Dr. Isham, principal, Professor Ashok Pandey, Dr. Ajay, Mr. Harish, guests of honors, all distinguished audiences and students. Thank you for inviting me to the conference. You can see that I enjoyed myself yesterday in Cancun, wearing a sari. Anyway, My research is on not on AI, but more on honey and honey products as medicine. And the bees will use AI, not me. But I will share later. So I will cover on different types of honey. I'm sure India also has a lot of honey. Purification, how do you know that the honey that you consume is pure? The medicinal properties of honey. The other bee derivatives beside honey, we have propolis, royal jelly, bee venom, and also meliponiculture. Anyone knows what is meliponiculture? It's about beekeeping, stingless beekeeping, just a little bit, where AI is being used. So the first part, you can see that there are more than 300 honey available in the world. And normally researchers will compare it with gold standard. And the gold standard for honey is Manuka honey, not because it's superior. It has a lot of data available on it, so we use it for comparison. Do you know that when you consume honey, you actually consume the nectar from the flower and the bee saliva? So I have a video here. So you can see that when the bee collect the honey, it will store in the tummy, in the stomach, and it will use enzyme, which is prolase, to break it down, and then the bee will spit the honey into the mouth of another person and into another person, and that is a drying process. So you are actually consuming the bee saliva, which has prolase, and that cannot be manufactured or adulterated. So one of the requirements to ensure that the honey is pure is to detect prolase in the honey, because human cannot manufacture prolase. So there are many types of honey based on the flower that the bee will collect the nectar from. And this is a special type of bee, which is a smaller version, not the honey bee, and it can be reared at home. Do you know that 80% of honey in Malaysia is fake? Means it's sugar water only. It's not the real honey. So there is no enzyme inside. There is no nutrient. And in the Philippines as well, 3 out of 4 honey is also fake in Asian country largely. And in fact, honey is the world's third most fake product, food, because it's easily found in the kitchen and it's easily baked. So that raised to our question, do the honey we consume in the kitchen, are they safe? So we know that for endless time, humans have been using honey for wound healing, for antimicrobial, and also to look young. Do you know how old I am? Sorry? I'm 54. So I consume a lot of honey, so eat. So the first question is honey consumed in Malaysia of high quality? And these are the research that we conducted. And we bought 8 different types of honey randomly from the supermarket shelf. And we compared with Manuka honey. And then we look at the physical chemical properties as well as the antioxidant properties. And we based on the International Honey Commission Guide, which says that honey should be acidic to say that it is pure. Honey, the moisture content should be less than 20%, means that the bee has to spit out that many times to make sure that the honey is dry. And the total sugar must be at least 60%. Sucrose, 5-hydroxymethylfurfural. This is a special compound which I will inform you later why it's important. The color, the darker color honey means it has more phenolic and flavonoids, means it has higher antioxidant. So always choose darker colored honey, protein, and also proline. So we found that most of our honey samples were acidic, and the pH was similar to honey from India as well as many countries. And acacia honey was most acidic, which indicates that it's very stable against microbial foliage. And the moisture content was less than 20%. And Manuka honey, if you look at Manuka honey, is very viscous, so it has the lowest moisture content. But again, that doesn't mean that it's better, but it just lasts longer, the shelf life is longer. The total sugar content was within the recommendation. Sourwood honey had low sugar content, and maybe it's preferred for diabetics. Because anything sour, we believe, the Asian tradition believe anything sour is good for diabetic, right? Sour and bitter. So if you have diabetes, go for sour or bitter food. And honey from India seems to be very sweet. I don't know why. Oh, because we are sweet people, he said. Yeah, okay. And sucrose content was within recommendation. So now I would like to highlight on this compound, 5-hydroxybutyrylbutyral. It is released when honey is being processed. Means when the honey is heated by the bee farmers to sterilize it, or poor storage, maybe you put your honey beside the window and the sunlight comes, and then this compound is released more. Or in old honey, that means you keep your honey for too long. And why it's important is this compound is carcinogenic. So when used alone, so we try to detect the content in our Malaysian honey samples, and we found that when it is stored for 12 to 24 months, 5-hydroxybutyrylbutyral level is very high. So we recommend that if you consume honey, please consume it within 1 year of processing because of the fear for this compound. So I'm talking about the single 5-HMF, but we do not know whether 5-HMF in the actual honey, whether the other constituents can inhibit its activity. That part we didn't do, but we just recommend it's safe to consume within 1 year. So this is our article. And then I already mentioned about color intensity just now. We want to look for darker colored honey. And sourwood, longan honey, and tualang honey has the highest color intensity, indicating that it has the highest antioxidant values. These are the phenolic content and flavonoid, which I'm not going to go into detail because we don't have much time. And then we try to identify the specific phenolic acids present in honey. And our study was the first one to find that Malaysian honey has 6 phenolic acid and 5 flavonoid compound. So always go for the first, because when you are the first to identify things, you can get the paper cited more. So it won the most cited paper award way back in 2011 when I was younger. Okay, and then we look at the vitamin C content of the honey. Honey also has vitamin C, so don't use it for cooking because it will destroy all the nutrients, but you can add it later. So we found that Borneo rubber tree and sourwood has a lot of vitamin C. Sour, vitamin C is acid, is also sour, so it tallies with that detail. And also the proline and protein content, I mentioned about proline. Make sure that it's present. If it's not present, that means honey is adulterated. So this is the summary. Overall, the Malaysian honey are safe. Sourwood and tualang honey is what we recommend for consumption because it has the highest antioxidant and also anti-cancer effect. And then we look at the mineral content using atomic absorption spectroscopy. So we found that sourwood honey has a lot of sodium and potassium in a balanced amount, meaning that it can be useful for hypertensive individuals. And Manuka and Galam honey has very high calcium, indicating that it's good for osteoporotic individuals. So this is sourwood leaf. Have you seen this plant? Sourwood. Is it available in India? Yes. So I have already mentioned this. The high sodium and potassium could be due to the high levels of this mineral in the leaves itself that get transferred to the nectar. So that's how it is postulated to have occurred. Rubber tree honey is rich in iron and also zinc, so could be useful for anemic individuals. And pineapple honey is rich in cadmium, and so on. We have a lot of data on that. So I'm not going to go into it because we don't have much time. I've already mentioned that. I've also mentioned that. But we didn't do the claim that, okay, this type of honey is good for a certain type of disease. We didn't do. We just say that we found high content of mineral in this and possibly it can be useful. So you need to further investigate or confirm the claim. We also investigated 10 different pesticides in the honey, and the good news is that we didn't find any. So interestingly, honey is an indicator for environmental pollution because honey collected by the railway or by the roadside has higher contamination, higher lead amount, maybe from the exhaust fumes of the car and so on. So it's good to collect honey deep in the jungle where the environment is not contaminated. Then we attempted to look at the volatile composition of honey and using GCMS, and we found 35 volatile constituents. And interestingly, honey found in the, when we kept it in the plastic size, in the plastic container for analysis, the phthalate from the container get transferred into the honey and is consumed by human. So always purchase honey that is in bottles, glass bottles. Don't purchase honey in plastic container because of this reason. Because of the leaching of the phthalate into honey. And then we look at the medicinal benefits of honey. And if you are a Muslim, the Quran already advocates the use of honey for the longest time. So the first study we did was on tualang honey, which is from the Umpasia excelsia tree, which is the highest tree in the Asian forest. A lot of bee farmers have died because they try to climb and get the honey because it's a very tall tree. However, right now my focus is on stingless bee honey because of the chopping down of tualang tree for the development or for building houses and so on. So this tualang tree, tualang honey, even though it has high antioxidant levels, the source is getting very limited, so there is no sustainability to do this kind of research. So initially we investigated on the antimicrobial properties of tualang honey, and we found that it has similar properties with Manuka honey with additional activity against 2 other bacteria, so it could be superior even. And it also is useful for these individuals. And I remember during COVID time, a lot of patients were asked to consume honey just to boost their immunity. And we did this study among prisoners. We administer honey to HIV prisoners with HIV. who are not showing any symptoms. So we found that the honey also reduce viral load and improve the quality of life. But you may argue that the quality of life is improved from the better nutrition you get from the honey itself. Anyway, that's what we found. And also we look at the anti-proliferative effect of honey, and this could be contributed by the presence of the fatty acids. And we also found that honey protects against liver and the kidney and heart and reduce cholesterol. This is in animals, but there is a study that found that it reduces the LDL cholesterol in human by 5.8% and also improve HDL. Interestingly, honey is used for weight loss. So if you want to be thin, you can take honey, but not too much because of the sugar content. It reduces the size of the fat cell. It has low glycemic index because instead of glucose, it has fructose, and fructose has to be broken down first. It also increases the gastric emptying time, and it also increases leptin level, and leptin, suppress the appetite. So honey is good, no? So honey can also help you sleep. If you cannot sleep, you can take honey because the sugar will induce insulin release and will stimulate the tryptophan transport into the brain, which becomes serotonin, which is converted to melatonin. So you have to take long term to see this effect. And honey protects against radiation mucositis. So for patients with breast cancer, because the radiation area is very close to the mouth, so the patient may suffer from mucositis. So what the patient is advised to do is to maybe take a tablespoon of honey and hold it during the radiation therapy, and then instead of the mouth being burned, the honey is being burned because it absorbs the heat faster. So then after that, the patient can either swallow the honey or spit it out. So it will protect the mucosa. So I'm emphasizing too much on honey, but there are other bee derivatives that are useful, like royal jelly, bee venom, and also propolis. The wax has no activity whatsoever, and normally the bee farmers will throw it away. So the bee venom. Bee venom is used against molding. It's local application of bee venom. So this study is in mice. It has 0.01%. Bee venom actually treat hair loss. And it also prevents hair loss if you combine it with a steroid, dexamethasone. So this is the mechanism, which I'm not going to go into detail due to time limitation. There is also a substance called apamine in bee venom, which is useful against Parkinson's disease and also Alzheimer's disease. And it also helps in glucose and lipid lowering activities. So, can I tell you a story? Yes. So, a friend of mine, my colleague, she has polio. She cannot walk. To come to the office, she rears some bees and she will take the bee and sting at certain area in her body. This is called acupuncture in a way. And then she is able to come to office every day. So it's good to get this thing, no? Anyway, this is a more recent study. The bee venom kills aggressive breast cancer cells in mice, and it's not toxic to normal cells. What happens is the melatonin in the bee venom, it enters the plasma membrane and punctures holes in the cancer cell for the penetration of toxicity cell. So it actually acts as an adjuvant therapy. Isn't this beautiful? No? Okay. And then, in Malaysia, the bee farmers, we notice they tend to live longer than normal people like us. Are we normal people? I'm not sure we are normal or not. Okay. So we are, and telomere length is associated with longevity. So we postulate that bee farmers have longer telomere length. So this is the study that we did, and yes, we found that beekeepers have longer telomere, and continuous consumption of bee product for at least 1 year increased telomere length by about 0.258 kilobase per. So why do bee farmers live longer? Because they get constant bee stings every day. In that day. So we won a silver medal award for this golden propolis, our product. And so instead of throwing away the propolis, now the it has a lot of estrogen. No, shouldn't take, yeah. So my mother will take royal jelly for menopausal symptoms. So it will keep the chicks. So don't, the males, please avoid royal jelly. Okay, then I'm going to touch a little bit on melipony culture, which is culturing the bee. So always wear white when you want to meet the bees, or because they don't like white, but they like black. So don't wear black shirt when you want to go and be close to the bees. So stingless bee is actually a good pollination agent. When there is a fruit farm, when there is a stingless bee nearby, the fruit production triples. And Albert Einstein said, if bees are extinct, if there is no bee in the world, human beings have only how many years to live? Can you guess? Sorry? 20? No? Yes? How many years we can live without bees? Anyone want to guess? Sorry? 50 years? No. We only have 4 years to live, and human will be extinct in 4 years when the bees are gone. So please protect the bee. So do you want to know I think I'm going to skip this part because we don't have much time. This is the difference between honeybee and stingless bee, and why stingless bee has better antioxidant properties is because the small size, it can go deep into the flower to get the nectar. This is the system that I have at home. I'm not going to go into detail as well because we don't have much time. And this requires interaction. He knows where is the queen cell. So the queen cell is 3 times bigger than the rest. So that's the one. There's only one queen in the whole hive. There's a lot of drones. But the drones do not clean or build the honeycomb. They do not look for food. They do not help with the children. Sounds like my husband. They only eat and spend a lot of time mating with the queen. So that's why the drones are called the lazy Wiley. And this is my daughter taking the... Oh, sorry. It's okay. It's a video. The video is not working, but she can collect the honeybee using a syringe. Sorry, she collects the honey using the syringe. So this is our honey. We get 1 bottle per month. This is where I stay, and the bee will only fly 500 meter vicinity. It will go out at 7 a.m. and return at 7 p.m. In between, it made a lot of flights, and it utilizes GPS, so it has AI intelligence there. It's a video as well. So you can see this is my bee that he brought back the pollen at the back, the 2 white pouch at the back. It's cute, no? No? Okay. So you can see the exit of the comb is different. This type of exit, the honey is good for male. This type of exit, the honey collected is good for female. So nature make it so. And normally the male don't like this type of honey. When we did a test, we give it to the male, they don't like. And the female will like it better. I don't know why. Anyway. So the bees, they bring back beside the nectar, the pollen for protein, the resin for propolis structure their house, and also the nectar, like I mentioned before. And some farmers, they want to make profit fast. They have glass bottles, which is not as good because the house also has, the propolis house also has antioxidant properties that get transferred to the honey contained inside. So this one will reduce the antioxidant content. So how do they communicate? The bees, it's also a video. Sorry, the bees will dance, and then they will measure the distance from the flower based on the dance and how fast the dance is. If it's faster, there's a lot of food and there's a lot of sources nearby. Yeah. So they will measure the angle of the dance. I think we can see. So which colored flower do you think the bees will like? Anyone?
Yellow.
Yellow, very good. Why? Sorry? Yeah? Yeah, the yellow is actually red for the bee. So whose eyes are correct? The bee's eyes or your eye? Actually, the bee can see a wider range, so I would say the bees have better eyesight than us in terms of color. So I plant a lot of flowers near my home, which is attractive for the bees, not for myself. These are the flowers. So I'm going to finish by saying that we have a lot of challenges in honey research. One of it is standardization, because it varies across the globe based on the water content, based on the soil, based on that the flower grow and so on. There is allergic reaction, so test for allergy first. Poor bioavailability, because the polyphenols are big molecules, very difficult to cross the gut. And the decreased number of bee population or sustainability issue. So due to time constraint, I will stop my presentation by saying that a lot of honey, they have a lot of antioxidant effects, and you should consume more natural product rather than manufactured sugar. And stingless bee is actually a better version compared to the tualang honey and also the other honey samples that I showed earlier on. And if you want to collaborate, you can contact me, or if you want to study in University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia, please come over. So I'm going to quote JP Kalam just now. I remember he mentioned, I'm the best, I can do it, God is always with me, I'm a winner, today is my day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gyansu, for sharing your insights and sharing the importance of honey. In India, we know the traditional importance of honey, but the insights that you share were an add-on. I would also start consuming more honey now to look more younger now. Thank you so much for those insights. Okay, science nourishes the mind and food nourishes the body. We now break for lunch and will reconvene shortly for the next session, sharp at 2 p.m. in the hall itself. I would request Principal AIP and the faculty members to escort our guests to the lunch venue.
optimization, although I will not cover the optimization part. I will mostly cover the aspect of the improvement that we can add by deep iron modeling in terms of predictive power. And as you know, predictive power is the first thing we have to ensure when we apply a modeling strategy to optimize a bioprocess. And then finally some concluding remarks, and I hope I have some time for Q&As. So I starting with a brief introduction to iron modeling. I always like to go to the origin. This was the first paper ever published in the topic of iron modeler, so in the US. Yes?
Are you sharing your slides? We cannot see any slide.
Not yet. Sorry, give me just a second.
Yeah, you share the screen. Yeah, this is fine now. Thank you. Yeah, it's all right.
So sorry, I don't know. I missed the sharing the slides. I think we did this. This is the first important slide. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can you use?
Yes, you can hear and also slide is all right.
Sure. Resume from this point on, okay?
Yes.
So, as introduction for iron modeling, so I don't know how widespread is iron modeling in India. I have no idea. But in Europe and in the US, and specifically in the b.pharma sector, iron modeling has become the main tool for starting for the implementation of Industry 4.0. And I like, as introduction, I like to introduce the first ever paper that was published in the field of iron modeling. And I have here a capture of the first structure and figure, in fact, of the paper. So the key innovation in this study, already over 30 years ago, was to not use a neural network as a standalone component to model in a bioprocess. So bioprocesses and biopharma processes, they are a very interesting object for artificial intelligence due to the complexity of bioprocesses. But in this particular study, what the authors was to use a neural network combined with a first principles model. And as first principles, or if you wish a more mechanistic description, you can here an example. This was a very simple example that they have addressed in that paper. Maybe you can recognize the very typical material balance equations for biomass, for substrate, for total volume inside the bioreactor in a fed batch operation where we have a feed rate that is continuously fed to the bioreactor. And so the key idea was to use not only the machine learning or the neural network component as a standalone component, but to combine these two approaches in a model, and in that way to improve the predictive power of the model. And as you can see here, the first principles part is used to describe the macroscopic phase. So what happens at the macroscopic level, the concentrations inside the reactor, which in turn have the environmental cells, and the environmental cells is given to the neural network, and the neural network is more focused, and potentially a much smaller neural network is more focused to compute some key features of biology, such as the specific growth rate, and used to make the evolution of the environment in the bioreactor. So this was the very first study of hybrid modeling, but this raised an issue. This is an algorithmic challenge, which is it is no longer very straightforward to train the neural network, because the neural network is calculating something internal to the model that we don't measure directly. And so the other thing that this first paper proposed, which is still very actual, was the sensitivity equations. Dynamically calculate the gradients, measure quantities such as concentrations, network outputs, and then apply the backpropagation, very famous backpropagation algorithm to calculate the Jacobian matrix and to be able to efficiently train the neural network. So, in this study, they have proposed a solution which is hybrid modeling to cope with several limitations of standalone neural networks, like the lack of physical interpretation. Sometimes we have negative concentrations, which is very typical in a neural network model. They don't obey to the conservation of energy and mass. And most important of all probably is that in sparse data sets, which are very common still in a b.pharma, the models either tend to overfit the very few points that we have, and then this has a negative impact in the generalization of the model. So there was a second paper too, after, by Thompson and Kramer at the MIT, and they have slightly, I think the right word is refocused the field of hybrid model. They have introduced the term semi-parametric, hybrid semi-parametric model, because hybrid modeling is a very broad concept, so it's not. It can be applied to many different contexts. In fact, there are other authors that claim that, for instance, combining discrete time and continuous time models is also a hybrid model. And so there was the need to refocus a little bit. And so many papers, they talk about the semi-parametric model. And why the word semi-parametric? Because hybrid model is indeed combining a mechanistic, and mechanistic as a fixed structure that stands for prior knowledge, for instance, some geobalance equations. So these equations, they are defined a priori. They come from our understanding of the process, and they have a fixed structure, a fixed number of parameters, and they have a physical interpretation. And then on the other side, we have a non-parametric. The term non-parametric does not mean that it does not have parameters. It has, in fact, many more parameters than the parametric approach. But the point here is that the non-parametric part does not come from prior knowledge. Everything inside this box is determined from the data that you have from the process. Namely, the size needs to be regularized during the training. So the number of hidden layers, the number of nodes in each hidden layer must come from data and has nothing to do with prior knowledge that we have about the process. And of course, in the original paper, there was a kind of topology, there was a kind of connectivity between the parametric and non-parametric, but there are many different ways to do this, so we would have a very flexible flow of information between the parametric part and the non-parametric part. And so over the years, so this was the first in hybrid modeling. So over the years, different hybrid modeling structures were proposed, and we can basically divide them as serial structures. In this case, we have a mechanistic or first principles module working as preprocessor. The other way around in the structure E, so the neural network works as a preprocessor. And we can also have parallel structures. In this case, we have a neural network that corrects a fully available mechanistic model. If the mechanistic model is not sufficiently accurate, the neural network will model the residuals of the mechanistic part And we could also have the most complex scenario, not very common in the literature, where a mechanistic and machine learning or a neural network are competing for describing the patterns of the process, and they are combined through a gating system that regulates the competition in different regions. So to finalize our introduction, I want to mention also a very hot topic nowadays, which is physics-informed neural networks or biological informed neural networks, also systems biology informed neural networks. So this is a field that is currently exploding with many different applications, and also in the biotechnology field. Was this paper proposed by Kamiatakis, also interestingly at Penn State University, which is a paper that's already outdated, that has already over 10,000 citations and not such a very old paper, so slightly above 5 years. I will not cover this aspect in this particular presentation, but we have two branches of developing hyperbolic, let's say two branches of methodologies to cover, to develop a hybrid model, for instance, of a bioprocess. One is called the design approach. Design approach is everything that I've shown until this point. So the design approach, we have prior knowledge, that means mechanisms translated into equations, and then these equations, they are directly inserted in this hypermodel structure. So basically we have a neural network combined with equations in a global model structure. Side, the training approaches, the prior knowledge is inserted in a neural network via the training. That means the equations that I combine in the structure, I can somehow inform a neural network during the training, and this then gave the term of physics-informed or prior knowledge-informed neural network for this second approach. So these are solve exactly the same problem data, and we have some prior knowledge and we have some equations, and we want to use both resources simultaneously. We have these two different ways to use these resources to have a highly predictive model of a bioprocess in the camp. From now on, I will focus only on this part. So this could be a question mark to address in the future, but I will just say that all the tests we did so far, we concluded that the iris-symmetric part tends to be much better than physics-informed neural network methodology, particularly in the aspect of extrapolation of physics, because when we insert our mechanisms in the model structure, that we know there is not the danger to extrapolate the prior knowledge, whereas in the physics-informed neural network case, we train the neural net with physics, and as you know, neural networks, they have problems in extrapolating, and so they will also have problems in extrapolating for bioreactors. So this is a very expensive piece of equipment in industry. So universities, they clearly don't have access to such expensive equipment, but the biopharma companies, they can have these equipments, and then they are very important for fast process development. In our project, we use a choking-1 cell line, and we could measure extensively the state of each of the 24 bioreactors. So we measured in total 30 species. Biomass, the glycoprotein that we were producing, central carbon metabolism products like and the substrates like glucose, lactate, observations of these 30 species. But this was also a very expensive data set that we could collect in this project. And so so this was in a process development campaign for a given drug. At that point, still at phase 2 of clinical trials, and so we wanted to develop a AI model to help optimize this process. And so the AI model that you can see here in this picture is structured the general AI model for bioreactor systems. We have dedicated a lot of effort in the past. So the first paper in 2004, this was almost the beginning of my career here at Nova. And we have recently revisited this structure to include the aspect of deep hybrid modeling, which is in fact the key results that I'm going to address in a moment if I have time. And so this is the idea is that we have a hybrid model structure. So mechanisms or first principles, materials equations connected with a neural network, in this case a feed-forward neural network topology, the most classical topology. And the idea is to have this general structure in the software. We have our own software for hybrid modeling that can be applied for most of the models that we have in biotechnology for a bioreactor. So any bioreactor could in principle be described by such a structure. And so as you can see again, the idea is that the mechanisms describe the topic phase, so the big volume of the bioreactor, and then we have machine learning, a deep neural network that models the features of the cells that we are cultivating, for instance, specific rates, growth, production of MAB, and consumption, production of byproducts. Of course, the complex biology that we don't have sufficient mechanisms in a typical setting. We were interested to understand how many, basically the depth and the complexity of the neural network part in this article. We go to the publications in literature, specifically for CHO cells, see that the models that were published, specifically for CHO cells, we are the shadow hybrid modeling. That means, go back in the slide, by a mechanistic part, each even layer. So one even layer with an input and output layer with a shallow hybrid model. So this is this particular structure that we have here. And so all studies in the past, they were using a shallow hybrid model approach with a particular algorithm that I will cover in a moment for training. But of course, there are some exceptions. So Gaussian process regression is an alternative to the neural network. Or other machine learning, like principal component regression, that no longer fell exactly the same class of models that I'm showing today. But the key point is that field is still behind in terms of the most recent state-of-the-art machine learning algorithms when we combine with mechanistic models, because the training is more complex. There is algorithmic challenges. And I want to point out here one exception. So this was another study by Kotidis. Kotidis works at GSK in the United Kingdom. This was also in collaboration with the Imperial College in the UK. And they have used a moderate deep or very low deep, so 2 even layers. They use also G-prompts to develop this type of model. But the most important point in this study was that also glycosylation was addressed. So this was a hybrid model. So not only models metabolism, but also models the glycosylation aspect, which is of course very important for the quality of therapeutic proteins. However, this model was developed in pieces, so the neural network was trained separately, connected with a mechanistic part, and this should always be avoided because the model will run in issues, because there is a feedback in the model, and so if we train separately, the feedback will bring a model. And this study was indeed the glycosylation. I also would like to highlight, this is a paper that is not really comparable of what I'm showing you today, but this was also a paper from my own group. This was the first attempt to have a hybrid genome scale model, which is so this is combining genome scale networks and machine learning. But of course, due to the scale, there are challenges. We can no longer address a dynamic approach, so we could do this only in state space. And I'm not going to address this type of hybrid models in this presentation. Because in the literature, we have a classical, let's say, set of methods to train shallow hybrid models, which we call also shallow learning, which was the Levenberg-Marquardt method. So all of these papers, they have used the Levenberg-Marquardt method. Direct sensitivity equations, the very complex part of hybrid modeling for the calculation of gradients, due to the fact that we measure concentrations, we don't measure directly the neural network outputs, and in between we have ordinary differential equations. So this complicates a lot the training of the neural network part. So we need the sensitivity equations. So cross-validation, different cross-validation approaches is a standard for training machine learning, for regularization. Typically, we also have to initialize or to repeat the training several times, typically 10 times, because the outcome is very low. And we have also to split the data linked to the cross-validation in training. And training, we keep aside some data for validation, and then some final experiments for testing. It is very important that we split data in batch-wise, not point-wise, because otherwise we will contaminate the validation, and the validation will not be valid. And so in this study, we wanted to introduce the state of, so this would be the state of routine, if you say, if you want in a modeling. And we wanted to introduce the newest machine learning concepts for deep learning, like the Adam algorithm. We had to change the sensitivity equations, we call them the semi-direct, because when you increase the depth of the neural network in hybrid modeling context, the computation power explodes. And so it is very sensitive to the number of parameters. The calculation of gradients will be extremely sensitive to the number of hidden layers and the number of parameters, precisely because of the ordinary differential equations. And so we have developed a new method to calculate the gradients. And I will not cover this very complex aspect of fiber modeling in our presentation today. And also the stochastic realization instead of cross-validation, using mini batch size concept and weight dropout concept, which is nowadays used in deep learning as a standard approach. So this was the first time we used all these new concepts in a hybrid model context. And I want to show you now some results of this. So here what you have is the training error, the testing error. So on the left side, so we have training, on the right side we have testing. Orange or brownish line is shallow learning, the green is deep learning. And we have here 3 panels. The first panel is shallow hybrid modeling, and then we have with only 2 hidden layers, and now we increase the depth to 3 even layers. It is in this third scenario, and we did not go further for in fact we tested, but there is no further improvement if we go to higher depth at least in this context. So we think that when we model many maps at the same time, we will need to further increase the depth, but for only one map we don't need to go further in terms of depth. But basically the key conclusion is that, because time is short, when we have a shallow hybrid model structure, not really a distinction between the 2 types of algorithms. This is very clearly so in the training error. In the case of the testing error, we can see that there is a disadvantage of the shallow learning, but mainly in robustness. Okay, this is linked to the weights initialization. We have some lack of robustness compared to the deep learning setting, as we have described here. But really the key advantage is when we increase the number of hidden layers, then we can clearly see a bifurcation in the training error and in the testing error. We can see that as we increase the model complexity, so more neurons in the neural network in the 2-layer structure, then suddenly the test error decreases. The training error decreases. And if we compare the 3-layer case, the 2-layer case with the single-layer case, the final test error is clearly below, so it is 50% effect of the shallow approach. So clearly, deep learning is also valid for, let's put it, it also improves in terms of predictive power, also in a hybrid model context. With a little bit more detail, so comparing the best shallow, which was 1 with 17 nodes, and the most important aspect is the test error. We have this level of test error, whereas the best E, 25, so 3 even layers with 25 nodes each, we have error of 1.88, and this corresponded to 25%, more or less 25 reduction in the prediction error of the best heap in comparison to the shallow. In terms of computation power, so as you can see, the model complexity, as stated here in terms of number of weights in the neural network, increased almost threefold, but the CPU only increased about 1/3. So this was because of the semi-direct sensitivity patients that were able to spare some time in terms of computation. But another aspect that I did not with weight drop and mini batch size, you don't need 10 times as you need to do in the shallow approach, because the training always converges to the same point, whereas in the shallow approach, depending on the initial weights of the neural network, they might converge to different local optima, which does not happen in the deep learning setting. Okay, and so just to have an idea of the quality of the model in the end. So this is prediction of a new cultivation. You have here the blue line is the bubble. The green line is the deep bubble. The only difference is the methodology. As you can see, the green line is always within the measurement error for all 30 species in a bioreactor. The shallow training approach, which is the blue line, you can see that, for instance, for viable cell count, we have under prediction. At the end of cultivation, is not predicted. The amount more time, and we have some other variables where you can see a big offset of the prediction in relation to the measure data in the case of the training methodology. Here, I don't know how much time I have left. Just you could have predicted a particular good set of test experiment model well, but no tested all of training, validation, and testing, and in all cases we get the same conclusion. So deep learning is always, in an animal context, is always better than
Hello, Louis. Hello. Louis.
I have over time.
Can you conclude now, please? Can you conclude now? Can you conclude now? Good. Good. Can you
please repeat?
Can you conclude now? Time is over now.
Yeah, the sound is not very good here. I cannot understand what you say. Can you please write?
Can you conclude now?
No. Yes, I understood. Yes, I will conclude now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyway, I have covered the main aspects, so I have many more slides. So this is the key conclusion. Hybrid modeling compared to the shallow hybrid modeling and deep hybrid modeling with this particular setting, in this very detailed data set, the result is a 25% reduction in prediction error. The final model was, however, almost threefold more complex. That means more weights, and only a moderate increase of 1/3 in CPU. Some acknowledgements. My group. This is José Pinto and José Pereira. They are the ones that are pushing for the hybrid modeling tool, developing partner that we have in the group. And I want to acknowledge industries that fund my group. Map science is one of the industries that is pushing our hyperconnectivity and also gas supply. That's my routine projects. And with this, I will finish now. Any apologies for communication? I have no idea if you could hear me well. I hope the presentation was interesting, and if there is some time for questions, I'm still here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you for that insightful session with the Institute and students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now I would like to invite Dr. Rajneesh Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Engineering and Technology, IIT BHU, Varanasi. Dr. Rajneesh Kumar is an Associate Professor at IIT BHU, specializing in AI-enabled drug discovery for neurodegenerative diseases. Following postdoctoral research at Karolinska Institute and Osaka University, he has become a recognized expert in designing inhibitors for protein aggregation in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. His pioneering work also involves developing novel imaging tracers for early disease detection. An young scientist, he serves on the editorial boards and leads funded research projects at the intersection of AI and therapeutics. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Rajneesh.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Jain, for kind introduction, and Dr. Aisha for the invitation and warm hospitality. I can understand that the post-lunch sessions are really difficult because our body demand rest. But can students move to the front seats? Because I will not be taking a lecture. We'll have some discussion actually. Can you please move to the front seats? जितने भी लोग हैं सब आगे वाली सीट्स पे आ जाएंगे क्या?
सिंगल वो जो ना माइसी वाले तो वही लिए मेरे लिए लगती है। हाँ समझ गए 3 पॉइंट की। हाँ समझ गए। जैसे पोडियम में माइक लगा ना, इसमें छोटा सा भी आता होगा अलग से लगाने के लिए ऐसे। चेंज कर देते ना, कह रहा ये तो वो कर जो ये कनेक्ट है ये चाहिए, मतलब स्ट्रीमिंग तो हो जाएगी तो सेटअप बनी है। ये जो नीट का भी चल रहा था ना जैसे ऑनलाइन, वो भी लेक्चर वहाँ पर एक सिस्टम और लगा था में चेंज कर देते हैं।
Okay, so we are getting late actually, so we will start. So I think as I said, like post-lunch sessions are really boring, so we'll try to make it interactive, okay? And I'll not show you the research data, what we have been doing, but I will show you the general applications of how we can use AI in drug discovery, okay? So are you with me, everyone? Yes? No? Okay, good. So I have been fortunate to work at this, Nobel Forum. So how many of you know about Nobel Prize? Nobel Prize? Okay, everyone knows, right? So I've been fortunate to work at Karolinska Institute, which decides to whom the Nobel Prize in Physiology in Medicine is given. So they decide to whom they shall give the Nobel Prize in Physiology in Medicine. So who won the Nobel Prize in Physiology in Medicine for 2025? Any idea? Okay. Coming to what is a drug. So you can see some red highlighted words that a drug is a substance which can be used to prevent, cure or relieve the symptoms. Okay. So if something is preventing means prophylactic. Do you know that? Prophylactic means like iron supplements, vitamins. Okay. So all those are prophylactic, so you do not get disease. Something which is curing, which is called as therapeutic. And then we have symptomatic, like we are using paracetamol for relieving fever, which is just relieving the symptom, because fever is not a disease, right? It is just a symptom. Okay? And being drug discovery is highly complicated. You start with target identification. The discovery step itself takes 5 years. Success rate is very low. It's very expensive. Okay? And then there are many ways you can fail. Likewise, the development stage where you have to do the preclinical GLP, IND enabling studies, and then you go for clinical trial phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And then just to highlight how difficult it is, you can take this example of blockbuster drug, omeprazole, where you can see like they started with this compound which was shown to be liver toxic, and then another compound was having patent issues. Another compound was having, again severe toxicity. Another compound was again having severe toxicity, and finally they could develop a potent, blockbuster drug. And that too because they had, hundreds of people working on this single project with unlimited amount of money. So you can see like how difficult it would be to discover a drug, especially in the academic setup where we have limited resources, limited manpower, limited funding, all the things. So now I want the answer of this. What can we expect at the place of question mark? Students. Yeah, what do you think? What should be there? What should be the next number? Yes? 10. Okay, very good. You got, gold medal. So 10. But can you answer this question? Which of the following are water soluble? Which of the molecules are water soluble? Can you answer this question? Yes, no? Yes or no? Can you answer this? Yes? Yes? No? Okay, I'm again asking, can you answer this question? Yes, no? Yes, who is saying yes? Raise your hand. Yeah, please answer. The one who is saying yes, please answer the question. Which of the following, which of these molecules are water soluble? No, that's not true actually. Only hydroxy group will not make a molecule water soluble. So I think we can say that we cannot answer this question with as much as confidence that we did in this one, right? Because here everyone agrees that it will be 10, but here maybe one or two are saying that okay, this. But we are not sure. Why? Now the real question is why? Why we are not able to answer this question? Because here we could easily find the pattern. We could see that every time we are adding 2 to the last number, okay, 2, and then 10. But in this case, we cannot identify the pattern. And here computer can help us. Here machine learning can help us. Here AI can help us. Why? Because computers, they work 24/7, but we need rest, right? They are very fast. Our current mobile phone is way much faster, maybe 1,000 times faster than the first computer, Pentium machine, right? So they can process large amount of data, huge amount of data, big data within very short period of time, and that is how they can identify the pattern, okay? So if you talk about the AI, then you have this, the big circle where you have everything comes under this, and then you have a smaller circle called machine learning. Further, if you go deeper, then you have shallow encoders, and then finally deep learning, where you use tools which decides on their own. You don't need to explicitly program them. They will take the information, process the information, take the decision, and that's done. Like self-driving cars. Okay, self-driving cars, they will see what is the surrounding situation, analyze the situation, they will decide whether to continue, at what speed to continue, or to brake. Okay, that can be done. And to be honest, AI is in the air. Like AI in the air, it is in the air. You believe it or not, when we wake up in the morning until we sleep, even during the sleep we are using AI. So many people uses AI to even analyze their sleep pattern. What is the best time they are getting good sleep, how to get a good sleep, right? So we are using AI 24/7 and we have to use it. Otherwise, as Sir said that those who will be able to use AI, they will retain the job, and they will replace those who will not be able to use the AI. Okay? Basically what it is, we have the known data, we make a model to predict the unknown data. That's the simplest thing. Like we use the previous, for example, 1 or 2 or 1 month weather data to forecast the weather of the future. For example, what will be the temperature, what will be the chances of rain, okay, and all those things. Now coming to the question how AI can be used in drug discovery. So there are, there are multiple steps, and you can use AI at each and every step of drug discovery, starting from the target identification. So you can use it for target identification, you can use it for the hit identification, you can use it for toxicology, predictive toxicology, you can predict which molecule can be toxic, which molecule will not be, and finally with the clinical trial. So for target identification, I can show, for example, this one is an example from In Silico Medicine, a company which identified a new target for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis by sifting through large amount of data, and that data was coming from patient health using this technique. And then we can use generative AI for hit identification. So now what is generative AI is? I am sure that most of us are using ChatGPT. How many of you are using ChatGPT? Everyone, right? So when you ask ChatGPT, can you show me some journals in the field of AI and drug discovery? So it will give you very nice list of compounds, list of journals, sorry. But if you ask ChatGPT, can you give me structure of molecules which are, soluble or which are permeable or which are potent? So what it will tell you? It will start giving you gyan actually. It will say that, okay, BBB permeability is like this, you have to do this, you have to do, okay? But there are tools actually, there are similar models which can generate molecules. And one of them is, for example, Reinvent 4, which is developed by AstraZeneca. Okay, AstraZeneca. So what it does is it has different generators which can generate molecules. For example, it has atom by atom generation tool. It has the link event which can generate a library. It has a link event which can link two molecules, and then it has a different scoring functions as well. So what it does is it generates a molecule. The generator will generate a molecule. Scoring function will score the molecule. And this score can be used as a reward or punishment to the reinforcement learning model. And that is why this name is Reinvent, because it is a reinforcement learning tool. Okay. Then you can go for toxicity prediction. There are multiple tools people have been developing, like hepatotoxicity for predicting hepatotoxicity, cardiotoxicity, renal toxicity, and carcinogenicity. And there are some tools like DeepDD, DeepCard, DeepMS. So this DeepDD is drug-induced liver injury, which can predict whether a molecule will be inducing liver toxicity, hepatotoxicity or not. Okay. And then there is this tool, another tool called Skin Doctor, which can tell whether a compound is skin sensitizing or not. Right. And then this one, yeah. And then you can go for predictive ADMET, where you can predict the ADMET properties. And I've been fortunate to work with Professor Kenji Mizuguchi at Osaka University. So what they have been doing is they are developing this tool called DoMap. So DoMap is a tool which can predict I think at least 20 to 25 different parameters like plasma unbound drug, concentration in brain, solubility, all those things. So in this study they did the prediction of fraction of unbound drug in the brain. Okay, and this is how the DoMap platform look like. And then finally you can use AI in clinical trials. So when you are using AI in clinical trial, because if a drug is failing in clinical trial stage, then the company is losing a lot of money, because they are investing billions of US dollars, and if it is failing in last step, then of course the company will become bankrupt actually. So if we can increase the chances of success of the drug in clinical trial, then we are saving a lot of money. Okay, so what you can do with these tools is you can predict the patient outcome prediction. For example, whether the patient will be responding to the treatment or not responding, that you can predict. And based on that, you can design clinical trial. You can select the clinical trial site. You can predict the outcome of the trial. You can do the patient trial matching, do the trial similarity search, and generate the synthetic data. This is how the SPY trial, which is a tool for dealing with all these steps in clinical trial looks like. Finally, everything which is shiny is not gold. Okay, so there are many caveats, many limitations. So this recent news from the pharma domain, that Sumitomo Pharma, which in-licensed a drug from AI tech company, so it failed in phase 3 clinical trials. You can see like how much money they might have lost in this thing. And this is a typical Gartner hype cycle. Whenever a new technology comes, what it does is, like, you see too much promises from that technology, but those are not real. So as soon as we will goes down from this peak of inflated expectation and passing to the trough of disillusionment, we will go back to the plateau productivity. So down the line, right now we are on somewhere here actually. So maybe in 5 or 10 years, we will see the actual plateau productivity. And I'm talking about drug discovery, not in general sense, because in image recognition, in text generation, AI has done wonder actually. It's already meeting the expectations. Other limitations are data quality, complexity of biological system, interpretation of the models, transferability of the models, computational resources because they need huge, computational power and energy demand. That is why energy is the new power right now. Those countries who has energy, they are going to be superpower. And ethical regulatory concerns are there. And then, of course, there is lack of collaboration between industry and academia because industry, they have most of those data points which are needed for training the models. And then this is research work, but I will skip this because I think because of sake of time, I will skip this and we will do a small, what is called as hands-on, like 10 minutes. I will take only 10 minutes. And finally, I have plotted this course called AI in Drug Discovery and Development, which is there on the Swayam platform, so NPTEL. So it will be open for enrollment in April. 12 weeks content on each and every step which can be helped out with the help of AI. Okay, so that was about brief introduction. So now I would like to request you to bring out your mobile phone. Take out your mobile phone. I hope everyone has it, right? And then open the Chrome. Open Chrome. So what you have to do is you have to type this URL in your Chrome browser, and that is why I requested you to come in front actually, if you want to, or if you don't want, it's okay. So just type tinyurl.com/AIDD-biobreeding. Okay, and what will you see if you open? Yeah, so when you do this, so So what you will see is was anyone able to open this thing? Do you see Colab, Google Colab? Yes? Yeah. So this you will see this Google Colab actually. So what is Google Colab? It is a kind of web service from Google where you can use their computational resource. So now when you are using it from your phone, so you are just using your phone to connect to the server of Google lying maybe in Portugal or maybe in US or Europe or China or wherever. So using your phone's computational power, you are just using it to connect actually. Okay, but you are using computational power from Google server. And thanks to Google for that. So in this whole hands-on tutorial, what we are going to do is we will build a predictive model. From scratch, we will download the training data set. We will build a model to predict whether molecules are bioactive or not. So are you with me everyone? Yes? No? Are you with me? Do you follow me? वो ढीले हैं आप सब लोग यार। यहाँ पे yes को बोलने में भी परेशानी है। Okay. So what you do here is, for example, so to run this code, what you have to do is you have to click on File and then save a copy in Drive. Save a copy in Drive. Okay. And when you will click on Save a copy in Drive, it will say that notebook copy complete, and then you open it in a new tab. Because this Colab, this notebook is on my Google Drive, so you don't have access to that. So that is why you make a copy of it in your drive, and then you will see copy of 12.3 bioactivity prediction. Okay. And then you can go to runtime and then run all. And meanwhile, I will explain what it is doing. Okay. Go to runtime and run all. When you are done with the copy, open it in new tab and then click on runtime and then run all. Okay, so now let us dissect each and every cell what it is doing. So in the first step, it is installing the tools which are needed, right? So it is installing the RT-Kit, and RT-Kit is the best cheminformatic toolkit, C++ based toolkit which is used for all sort of predictive modeling. Okay, so it is so that, and then in the next step, what we are doing is, so whenever we have to build a model, for example, I want to build a model whether to predict solubility of a compound. Okay, so like whether a compound will be soluble or not. So for that I need to have the training data. And what is training data? For example, I need at least kind of large amount of data, 100,000, 10,000 data points where I should have their solubility along with them. Not predictive, but okay, experimental solubility, so that I can see a relation between them, where how this solubility can be explained with the help of this, features of those molecules. So in the first step, we will, and then where do we get data from? So for example, biological data, there are several sources, and one of those sources binding DB, another one is Campbell. So in this case, we will be downloading training data from Campbell. So Campbell is a database where what they are doing is they are curating the data from public resources like publication, research publication, patent, from all those places they are collecting the data and putting it into the Campbell. Okay. So in this case, what we are doing is we are downloading the data, and then here you can see selected target, which is Campbell 1293224. So this is the target ID for data associated with the tau activity. So this is for microtubule associated protein tau, MAPT, and all the data associated with this target is given with this Campbell ID. So now we are downloading this data, and then this data contains, for example, IC50 values. Okay, it has IC50 values, and then we are only keeping the data which is absolute. It means it should not be like IC50 less than 3000, more than 50 nanomolar. It's not like that. We need to have absolute, for example, IC50 is equal to 50 nanomolar, 100 nanomolar, 500 nanomolar. Only those data points we will keep, rest we will discard. So once we keep the data, we patch the smiles as well, and smiles is nothing but the structure of the molecule. Because now we have got the activity, now we need to have the features actually, and these features we can obtain from the structure. And computer cannot understand the structure the way we draw on paper, so we have to convert them into some suitable we can understand them. And that is why smiles is being used. And once we download the smiles, so then we have to classify the activity into actives and inactives. So it is like you have 1,000 images of cats and dogs mixed, okay, and you have a kid to whom you are teaching what is cat and what is dog, okay. So if the kid is not knowing what is cat, what is dog, so we have to tell them. And how we will tell? So we'll segregate the cat pictures and label them that okay, this is cat, this is cat, this is cat, this is dog, this is dog, this is dog. And then the kid can learn actually. Okay? Otherwise, the kid will not be able to learn what is cat, what is dog. So this is called a supervised learning. And that is what we are doing here is we are classifying them into active and inactive. That these are active compound, these are inactive compound. Once we are done with that, so then we will see like the total count of the what is called as the data points. How many data points we have? Okay. So once we have split them into the active inactive, the next step is to build a model. Before that, we need to extract the features. Okay. So now features, for example, how the kid will recognize cat. So then you have to tell that okay, cat is shorter in height, right, and dog is taller, and then cat has like the different shape of ear. She has like a long tail. She has like those small fur actually. All those features you have to tell. Likewise, we convert these molecules into features so that we can relate these features with the biology. Okay. So for featureization, what we will do is we will do the. So now because of the slow internet speed, it is still running actually. But because of less time, I can just explain. Meanwhile, I think it will be able to finish. So now we in this cell we convert these molecules into RDK readable data frame, RDK readable molecular object. Yeah, now it is done actually. So now you can see that these are the molecules, the chemical ID of molecules. This is the smiles, like the way we represent them in alphanumeric format. And then if you move on the left side here, so then you can see IC50 256 nanomolar for this compound. And then we have classified them into 1 and 0. So 0 means it is because its IC50 value is greater than 1000 nanomolar, which we put a cutoff actually. If something is above 1000 nanomolar, that will be inactive, and below 1000 nanomolar, it will be active. So actives we have labeled with 1, inactives we have labeled with 0. And then you can see that you can look at the structure as well, and these are editable actually. So these are just codes you can write, you can play with it, and then these are editable codes you can play with your own target as well. So then you can see there are 264 molecules now we have. The next step is we convert them into features, and for featureization, what we will do is we will use the fingerprint. Like every human, all of us have unique fingerprints. Likewise, we can convert molecules into a binary bit length of 1024. That is 00, giving them a fingerprint, and those fingerprints are unique. Unique means they will not match with another molecule. Okay, and then from those fingerprints we try to see which feature can correlate with the biological activity. Okay, so for generating fingerprint we are using ECFP6 here. That is eccentric connectivity fingerprint 6. And then you can see we have converted them into fingerprint. So this is the fingerprint for this molecule 001, and it is 1024 bit length, means there are 1024 characters in this fingerprint. After that, so this is, we have converted them into a data frame, means a table. Simply data frame is a Python table actually. And then so now we have got the features, fingerprints, and we have got the the activity. So now we have activity, which is a dependent variable, fingerprints, which is an independent variable. Now we are making a predictive modeling between these two data. This property, biological activity, depends on the fingerprint or not. Okay, and for that we have to split into a training and test set, and that we do by using sklearn. We split it into train test with a ratio of 80-20. So 80% molecules we keep in training set, 20% we keep in test set to make this model. And then simply we make the model, and then when you evaluate the model, so this is the precision and recall. So, and I think I better show you this one actually, yes. So this is your confusion matrix, basically a way to tell how good your model is. So this is false positive, means you can see the true label, and below is the predicted label. True means what actually it was, and predicted means what the model predicted. For example, it was class 0 means inactive, 7 were inactive, and they were predicted inactive as well. While 44 were active and they were predicted active as well. So there was 0 molecule which was inactive and predicted as active. So this is quadrant. Okay, means our model is good because it is not predicting any as inactive. Okay. And then you can see this ROC curve as well. You will see this standard thing. I will quickly go. Yeah, and then so finally we have got a good model which can predict whether a molecule is active or inactive based on tau aggregation. So this was for tau aggregation actually. And then we can simply save this model. So now the real challenge is to predict external molecules, because we have built this model. Now how to use this model to predict molecules from outside the data which we use for training this model. Okay, so we download a data set from this link, which is from our GitHub, and then these are the molecules which we downloaded, which do not have the tau activity associated with them. And then we simply use this again. We have to convert them into fingerprints, and then use this model to predict. And then in the end, for example, now here we are converting them into fingerprints, and then we are using this model, and then we can see that this model has predicted them whether the molecules are active or inactive. So now you can see the 1 means they are predicted as active, and 0 means they are predicted as inactive. So this is how from scratch we can build a model, use that model for predicting any property. And this is a general example for tau aggregation, but you can apply it to any other task as well, any other target, any other property by using this classification model. So this is a one type of machine learning model which is called as supervised classification model. Okay, binary classification. Yeah, so that was all. And this link which I gave you, it is public, so you can open it anytime, play with it as much as you want. So with those words, I would like to say thanks again to the organizers for invitation to our hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Any questions? I can take maybe some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rajneesh. Next in series, I would like to invite Dr. Shiv Poojan, who is Director, Biotech Solutions. Dr. Shiv Poojan is the Director at Biotech Solution Private Limited.
Any medicines you want to test on something, you need some animal models. In 2013, India banned those animals to use for any cosmetic testing. So you have no options to you need to build something to test your product. So 2D model is already established, right? And 3D model is the way of future to make your chemicals or your drugs to be tested on those 3D models. So how this 3D model works? So we started with how this AI-driven technology will help through 3D bioprinting methods, and how you categorize those things, how you model your shapes, or how you save those in a particular file so that you can keep it anywhere, you can print it from any place, or you are here, you can print it from US also, or from any other part of the country. And how many printers available right now on the market, applications, services, and the last one is the safety and challenges. Everything people make, but there is always the chance of hazardness. Any safety requirement is always needed. So, 3D printers comes with that. You see, most of the buildings are now made with the 3D bioprinters. They are making huge design and big building. Now, digital blueprints are ready, complex geometries are there. Whatever designs you are making, even in the field of medicine, you can design a capillary, even in the veins also, with this help of this 3D bioprinters. So, 3D bioprinting, as of now, the tree tells you about how it helps to biopharmaceuticals, physiology and diseases, how bio changes the way different type of material you can convert in a tissue form, and as I told you about additive manufacturing and human models. And basically human models are very much used nowadays for surgery applications, surgical applications. Most of the tissues are designed with those kind of models, right? And so what you can do, you can design your hydrogels, which may mimic the kind of skin structure, any epithelial structure which is inside or outside the skin body. The skin organ system is well established now. It is low-hanging fruit. Everybody can make it very easily. If you have some skill set, you have some properties to generate the media in the culture conditions, you can just modify any kind of cells into a 3D structure. So, I am not going to give the history of 3D bioprinting. It is already there. You can just look it out. But I can tell you about now 3D is changing to 4D, because nowadays I saw one scientist from Alabama. He is working on self-healing material. So that is most important. How new 4D technology will help to make even much better way, like what AI is doing. It can synthesize any form of compositions which heal itself. I can show you some images also. And these are the methods are available which can be utilized for printing applications like extrusion deposit, binder jetting, wet photopolymerization, material jetting, and powder wet fusion, sheet lamination. I'm not sure the detail of those, but I can tell you two basic techniques. One is the FDM based. FDM is very well available for making 3D tissue structure, and another one is stereolithography, SLA based printing. Most of the silicon printing are used SLA printers. On those 3D printers are very well used for medicine and surgery applications. And simply how this technology works, because it's just giving you options to protrude some micrometers like composition delivered in the surface, which gives you a layer by layer structure, and it gives you a kind of complex structure once this complete extrusion is finished. And what is the inside in FDM extruder? It is a structure of complete design, where the motor is, what component is designed for. Here is AI integrated, because you can just make with the help of IoT technologies, you can just keep it any printer into your mobile phone or any other applications. Whether you are inside the laboratory or outside the laboratory, you can watch and you can guide all the information through the applications. Yeah, same with the powder fusions, wet photopolymerizations also. You know, some compounds are available which are polymerized in the presence of UV light. So you can design some compositions which helps to polymerize. Yeah, material jetting, layer by layer process also is the same way. You just design your structure. And here how it works. So I have just 2 videos. I can just give you. Yeah, see how the structure will be designed. Once the printer is started, it gives you any kind of structure within a certain time period. When you put a structure idea in a file of STL file is always there, which you quoted from any CAD design. Any CAD design, you made it in a CAD software, it converted into STL file, and STL file converted into G coding. So that G coding is now in front of you. And what is the difference from these 2 ways? One is additive manufacturing, one is also from decades. You know the Sacha time, you make anything with the help of some kind of structure embedded inside the structure, right? And you see, those kind of images are now very popular. People are just using, kids are using those kind of 3D printed structures for playing. And the same way you can print your structure even in form of any capsule. Why I'm saying this is very important for personalized medicines? Because with the help of these 3D bioprinters, if you know somebody is having different rate of medicine, like initially 25 mg is useful, now 600, I think more than 600 mg is now used for treating the fever and other things, right? And the variation, because of the genetic variations, maybe somebody is not having the same way, but we are getting the same drug every day, 600 mg, but I'm not able to get the 600. Somebody is 25 mg is okay, somebody 50 mg is okay. So personalized medicine is very important tool. With the help of these 3D bioprinter, you can just give and just set the things ready. Okay, this is ready for you, and this medicine is designed for you. For the coming days, in coming future, every pharmacist, those who want to open the medical shops or anywhere they are designing something, doctor are saying, this kind of medicine need to be prepared immediately. If you want to prepare immediately, what you want to do, you just give the command to these 3D printers. They will design the things, pour it the real composition inside the tablets or any powder form and give you immediately. So the future is for making personalized medicine with the help of this 3D bioprinter is well, I think coming future is for this. So same way SLS 3D bioprinter, why I am showing this thing? Because if nowadays there is a heart surgery is there, if you want to change any wall and you are just waiting something is coming from some other place, from US or Europe, if you are having those technologies, immediately the hospital are able to build their own stunts within a smaller time period. It will not take too much time. And you have options to even synthesize with your own materials, which you have right now. You are not bound to buy something somewhere, right? Okay. So, if the 3D bioprinter is there, what is next thing? Because every printers, like most of you are aware of printers in your home or office or in the lab. Whatever you're printing, you need something. What do you need? What do you need? A paper and a cartridge, right? Cartridge means ink. Without ink, you are not able to print anything. So for this printer also, ink is very important. What kind of ink is needed? That is bio-ink. What we call this bio-ink, which is help to support the cells which growing inside those biomaterials. So synthesizing those biomaterials is very important. Biomaterials may be a natural source. Some chemical compositions also there. You can just form some chemicals and mix together. And in this system, this is very important. Whatever printers are there, printers are just useless without the bio-ink. And where AI will help you to design those kind of material within a second. If you are a good prompter, why I am saying good prompter? Because now ChatGPT 5 is there, and nowadays ChatGPT is saying ChatGPT is not now needed any other external intervention. Why? Because ChatGPT itself curing its own data sets. Means they are modifying itself. When they have found some bug is there, some problem is there, they self-modify the code and then come with the new version of AI model. So coming future, what you are seeing right now in the form of AI is just a small bit. Future is a way broader. Even it's very scary also. Just think about it. If some AI model, they are not bound with any other IT experts. They are just getting whatever information is there. They are making themselves to be that much intelligent to enhance their capability. So think about it. Where here also, if some molecules are not, for example in India, some geographical conditions are allowing you to synthesize those kind of molecule which is not banned here, but maybe they are banned in Europe, in USA or in other country. So you have options to modify with the help of those applications. That's why I'm saying these biomaterials are very useful way to help those, with the help of AI you can just modify. Why? These chemical, I think the previous lecture is already giving the information of how chemical interactions are there, and you know these chemoinformatics are very, very beautiful things. If you guys are able to understand, those chemoinformatics give you lots of options, because the internet is like this kind of programs, AI programs, now full of models. Whatever models is useful, it is up to you. What application is good for you, this is up to you. Just if you are a good prompter, you can just get most of the information. There is no need to give you entire lecture to understand ABCD of any model. You just get it from there. Just give the exact prompt what that AI model is needed, you will get the answer. So biocompatibility and mechanical properties are very important for making any bioink. Why I am saying? Because for these days very common bioink is available, alginate. Alginate is made up from algae. We call it seaweed. I think in Asian countries seaweed is very popular. I like seaweed very much. That's why I stayed in South Korea more than 5 years. So I used to eat every day seaweed. Even in the state also, US also, I like those seaweeds. But in most of the countries, this seaweed is not available. Here in India also, in southern part, seaweeds are cultivated in some Kerala region somewhere. But the seaweed is very good source of nutrition. From those seaweed, people are making bioink, which bioink helps to grow certain cells in a certain environment. In the same way, I think India is full of flora. Lots of, herbal products are there. You can design good, I think in the morning session, honey is a very good nutritious product, and it has lots of property. But at the same time, I'm thinking about why not we should make it some bioink with the help of those honey materials. And it may help out to grow certain tissues, because the only problems to grow tissue in the lab. And how long you can grow it? Because I developed a skin model in India, and it will take around 30 days to develop in the lab. And for maintaining for a longer period, it is very hard. So that's why in alternative models, if you want to test any product, you have to maintain those cultures for a longer period. And for that you need the material which helps to grow those cells, which is less degradable. That's why how you stop the degradation, you can give those prompts is available to live longer and degrade shortly. Maybe you will get the answer. But you need to do, even again you need to do some practical application with the help of AI. AI will not tell you how to do the practical inside the lab. Your own hand are doing those things. Even lab automation is also another way to do the same work with the help of automation, robotic technologies also. But whatever things are there, your lab work is not going to be finished without your intervention. So manual intervention is not going to finish whatever technologies are there. Your work is always needed. So that's what I'm calling about. Those formulations are very useful, and if you are able to make any kind of biomatrix which give cells to grow faster, even the structure also. If you see, if you form a layer inside a petri dish, you will see different kind of structure. What structure, what bed is useful for growing any tissue? That is also very important. Right? Very basic example is there. Your skin is intact with, right? So your skin is made up of 2 layers. Or how many layers are there? Basically, मोटा अगर कहेंगे 2 layers है. कौन सी dermis and epidermis, right? So why dermis is there? Without dermis, you cannot maintain your epidermis. So epidermis cells are having the keratinocyte cells, very popular cells. For entire life, these keratinocytes are regenerating. So most potential of regeneration is in the skin. So skin keratinocytes, we call it skin stem cells. So my PhD work, basically I developed the skin stem cells model, and from those models we developed artificial skin model. Why I'm saying these skin basically made up of fibroblast and keratinocytes. Other cells is also there, for Langerhans cells, even some immunological cells are also there. But most prominent cells are keratinocytes and fibroblasts. So without fibroblast, keratinocytes will not grow. So if you see, if you made a bed, this is the bed. That's why we are calling. With the help of this 3D bioprinter, you are making a bed in a petri dish and you are growing some cells on it. So first cells you are growing the fibroblast, and the second cells you are growing keratinocytes, and then after some time you will see this beautiful structure, which is, we call it skin. But there is no, they are not giving some hair cells. So hair cells basically they are not different cells, they are some bulge stem cells. We call it hair bulge stem cells. So if you are providing so many cells within this matrix, you will, that's why nowadays the future is these organoid for as alternative models, whatever medicines you are getting in your table, they are pre-clinically tested on those models. So what this model help you out? This reduces the use of animal models. In cosmetic, completely banned, but some drug applications also, some disease applications also, those kind of models are very useful. Yeah, so binder jetting is a simple inkjet printing. So you see, very beautiful way. You can design your own printer also in some way, because it is this printer is having the same property where your inkjet is there. Your ink is just putting in the paper in a form of droplets. In the same way, cells is bombarded in a plate and it is coming from the same way like inkjet printer is coming. Okay, so technology is always there, just how you are going to use it. That is more applicable. So, what I am talking about, what application these days in the coming future are available as a tissue engineer, as a pharmacist, where you are going to develop your preclinical strategy or clinical strategy. This guy is from University of Alabama. He is an Indian guy, but he is studying there. And what he developed a very beautiful product, and which is having the self-healing property. And you can see, this is simple chemical composition. Whatever composition they are using, I don't know, because of the IPR, they are not revealing it. But you see, this structure is now used in some space technologies, where they are saying this structure is, when they break it out, it will heal itself. How it's going to heal it? See, you can just see the image of this. This is the self-healing material. No problem. So, this is the sheet. It is after bioprinted. They 3D bioprinted. This is a sheet of 3D bioprinted material, and they stretch it out. See, they are stretching it, and there is a small holes, because the chemical structure is ruptured. Immediately they start healing itself. So those ruptured structure heal itself again and make it the same. This is not viscous. I'm not saying elasticity is there. They are basically, see, if the cut is there, after some time they will heat it out. Why? This application is in a very serious cases when there is a immediate injury, where when somebody is, any accidental cases there, series of wounds are there. If those kind of products, if you are able to build it with the help of different compositions, how you are going to make your compositions, it is up to you. That is the part of your research. So you made your own, I think, magic composition, which may have having the same property of self-healing. And then you can cure wound healing immediately. कितने एक्सीडेंट्स आप बचा सकते हैं? अगर उसको हम लोग अभी काम कर रहे हैं, हमने जो 3D बायोप्रिंटर बनाया वो एक स्मॉल बायोप्रिंटर था, अभी हम लोग हैंड बायोप्रिंटर पे काम कर रहे हैं. Everybody, those who are having the problem, immediately just make it spray the same way and wound is healed. So आप सोचो अगर ऐसा कोई स्प्रे आ जाए इस तरीके का, आप इमीडिएट उसको वुंड पे लगा लो, और अगर आप एप्लीकेशन उसका ऐसा है कि हॉस्पिटल थोड़ा दूर है, कोई इमीडिएट आपके पास कम से कम ब्लड लॉस तो नहीं हो रहा है, तो ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज पे काम करना चाहिए, राइट? Same with that's what I told you about the cells need to be a biomaterial, bioactive factors, and what kind of things you can make. You can just make entire bone. Nowadays, I think in KGMU in Lucknow, the lab is basically they are using those 3D bioprinters to make a bone structure. Even in IIT Kanpur also, Professor Ashok Kumar, he is also working with this 3D bioprinter, and he is making a bone models and real bone models to help to basically, and why I am saying this is very useful, because once you are making any, for example, if any patient is there and their bone structure is different and somebody's bone structure is different, with the help of LiDAR scanning is a 3D scanner, basically it scan it out, exact measurement is there, and again after those measurements, the doctors are saying this is the exact design of this patient, and now if this 3D bioprinter print it out with the same size of bone, it may help out. There is no mismatch. Right? चलने में कोई ऐसा नहीं छोटा बड़ा हो गया, exact size का उसको bone transplant हो सकता है. तो 3D bioprinting इतनी हेल्पफुल है कि personalized medicine, आने वाला समय केवल personalized medicine का है. जो लोग हैं डॉक्टर के पास गए कि हमको ये वाला चाहिए, ये वाला नहीं चाहिए, हमें ये size का चाहिए, we need this kind of size because this size is very well appropriate for me. Then doctor is saying, okay, this is for you, this is not for you. And I think the future is ready for personalized medicine. So how 3D bioprinter works in a system, like you can just use as alternative models. Nowadays we are using these models, we are having in-house lab, we are developing these alternative skin 3D models. We have set of different skin models from like, we have some limbal models also. Limbal cells is from eye. We have some experiment which is based on retina. We developed limbal eye model, skin model. We have different model of skin model also, not only one way. We have hypodermis model, we have epidermis model, and then we are looking for to make real life organ model. And the next step, what we are working on, organ on chip. So we are working on microfluidics. I think this is our next time topic. We'll cover it. How microfluidics will help, because whatever things you are choosing in one particular system, for example, in one organ outside the body, it will make, I think there is a less chance to get the right kind of data. But if you have microfluidics chip, where you can put multiple organ cells in a form of organoid and spheroid, it will give you real-time data, how drug will affect in a system. So that's microfluidics is the next techniques. In the same way, bioprinting technology, the microfluidics also help give you the same and very accurate options to understand the drug efficacy and other safety concerns. So printing hazards is always important, because as a profession I'm a toxicologist, so I always cover the toxicity part. Whether you inside your lab should be designed with the proper GLP norms. You have socket is, what the printer is giving, what kind of hazards printer is producing, you are having proper mask, PPP kit and all, because without those hazards confirmation, you are not, basically you are not giving the chance to anybody to do some research, because it may help to protect the life. So whatever technology you are working, first thing, it is safe for the humans, safe for the environment or not, then do for the next. Okay, challenges, I think everybody already explained about the challenges. I am not going to give same understanding of the challenges. I am giving you just 3 examples what I am, whether my point of success is 3E, always experience, exposure and evolve. Whatever you are getting, get experienced, get maximum exposure. Exposure means what kind of exposure? Any lab exposure, any good talk or good lectures, workshops, whatever way you are exposed. Your exposure is always important because you are learning from there lots of new things, and then evolve yourself. Evolving means just any job, your own work, whether you are doing for academics, doing for the industry. It is the part of your evolve. So to these 3 words, I am saying thanks to all. And what I am doing right now, I am also publishing lots of books also in the field of in alternative models. They are published one book in 3D, skill 3D models in cosmetic industry. Hair care models also we have one book, and even information based some models we develop, because we want to make exactly the same structure. What skill you are having inside the lab, it is making the same way or not. That's what is important. And for you guys, this book is very important. Fragrance and regulatory landscape, because here we have out of thousands molecules, we find it out only 99 molecules are used in this industry, in cosmetic and fragrance industry. Those molecules are very useful. With these molecules, because they are already listed out, they are safe with lots of parameters. If you find out those molecules, you can just mix and match and make your own molecule with those 99 molecules. So this fragrance and regulatory book is already in the market. Another book is Essential Oils and Fragrance in Cosmetics. This is CRC Press book. That one is the Indian edition because that book is published from my company. This is from CRC Press. So this is Talon and Francis book. So you can just get it whenever you, any place from our book. Just read it and get the lots of information which may help you all to understand those technologies which is futuristic technologies. Thank you very much, and you can scan it. I published lots of papers. Maybe it may help you all to understand it in details. Thank you very much. Oh. Let's scan if you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shivpoojan, for sharing the insights on 3D bioprinting and helping our students understand how technology and the future looks like. Next in this series, I would like to invite Dr. Uma Shankar, who is a former principal scientist, CSIR, Indian Institute of Technology Research. Dr. Uma Shankar is a former principal scientist of CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, concluding an active 40 years research career, a recipient of the British Council Fellowship, and a visiting scholar at Michigan State University. His pioneering research spanned petroleum toxicology, photobiology, and molecular biology. Contributes significantly by conducting training programs, serving on scientific committees, and guiding the next generation of scientists and researchers in biotechnology and life sciences. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to listen in the Lloyd voice. I am very grateful that Access University has invited me for the talk, and my regards to the foreign delegates sitting here, and regards to Dr. Ashok Pandey, who has been my senior and is a great scientist of India. My lecture is just an awareness program to the society. At the Michigan UK, everywhere. But it is very important about the Karkuma Langa. How many people use haldi? Raise your hands. Everybody uses haldi, right? Very true. But do you know what is the active compound in that? What is the active compound in that? With polyphenol. Oh yeah. Haldi is using. Curcumin is there. Curcumin is the only active compound which is useful for the mankind. Every religion, it may be Buddhism, it may be Christianity, it may be Muslim, like 4,000 years the people are using haldi. In Sanskrit it is called Haridra. In Ayurveda, and from 4,000 years. Next slide please. I have told 4,000 years, it is a Karkuma. Next slide. Oh, just hold on. Longer zone, the south, it has northeast in Assam, highest amount of Karkuma is found there. And there are 15,000 papers have been published all over the world. FDA USA is working on that, but it is not allowed as a medicine. It is GRAS, means generally recognized as a supplement. Nobody has said yet whether you can use it as a medicine or not. Now haldi, when you take curcumin, haldi, what happens? It is easily immediate and passes through the urine and the feces. Now the question is that, and the absorption of the haldi is very, very poor in the water. It is not soluble in water. It is soluble in lipids, right? And protein is soluble in that, oil. So the question is that there are two main parts, curcumin oil and curcumin. Next slide please. Next slide. How Sangli, in south, Sangli is called the yellow city. South people are sitting here. It is called turban city. And Bhangra, next slide. Next slide. Here, just go back. The color matter is curcumin oil, non-volatile coloring value. If you see the yellow color, that is due to the curcumin oil. And now what I got is bottle from America, Washington DC. It was written turmeric curcumin, and you will not believe they never mentioned that what is the percentage of curcumin is there. I got from Washington DC. My friend Dr. Ram has developed in FDA and he did PhD with Dr. Radha Krishna in ICAR. Thermal will know about it. So he sent me the bottle from USA, Washington, and I saw what was written? Turmeric curcumin. But they never mentioned that what is the percentage of curcumin is there. That's important. Next slide please. Next slide. Oh, no need. Next slide. Dose is very important. Dose is very important. If you take extra dose with the stomach, and the gallstones and the platelet disorders, kidney disorders, it is not allowed. It is not permitted. It is one has to be very careful when you are using haldi. Next slide. This is the picture, South. 71% of South is producing haldi. Next slide. Next slide, please. Turmeric patent is very interesting. America said, haldi is our plant, USA said. And our director general, Damnath and Michelle, he fought and we win the patent from Krishna. America spent $15,000 over there for a patent. But our CGI, our DD, fought it and he got the patent back to India. Because we said it is our ancient plant. Next please. Patent I have told you already. Next slide please. Yes, next slide. Dose 2000 to 200 milligram. Generally you take turmeric with milk because it has a lipid. Okay? It binds with the protein. And you can take with the oil. And nowadays lot of people are working on the nanoparticles and liposomes for the absorption of the haldi from the small intestine. It is very good. So everybody, but the haldi which we are using in the spices in the food, it has no curcumin because it destroys at 185 degrees centigrade. So it is better to take haldi morning or in the night with the milk or ghee. You can take it. Nanoparticles are working, but they are very expensive. Next slide, please. Oh yeah. Benefits, you know, it is anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, and it is in America it is given to the cancer patients. It stops the proliferation of the cancer cells, pancreatic cancer. And very, very important, I tell you, those who have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease means there is lots of momos, lots of paratha, ghee, and you get a fatty liver, non-alcoholic. It is very, very useful for non-alcoholic fatty liver. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this is very important. In pregnancy, in cardiac disease, kidney stones, breathing disorder, means the platelet count. You people have a platelet disorder, right? So that is very dangerous. Diabetes, what happens to those are hypoglycemic, or those have a diabetes, and they are taking healthy. You can go under the diabetic coma, or you can go to lower diabetes. That is one thing. And iron deficiency. It may interfere in the absorption of the iron from the spinal cord. So what is the final answer is, the dose is very, very important. How you are taking, how you are consuming. Because it is not that car. Now the two researchers I am going to tell you. My chief, who's in New York, he was with Dr. John Ferris, and he take guanine base, and he exposed the terminostat to the guanine base, and he found 100% protection was found in guanine base. And the next is that now, haldi, when you take haldi in the house with the milk, you must add piperine. What is piperine? Anybody answer? Kali milk, black pepper. If you combine with the black pepper, it is easily absorbed from the intestine. It is served as a vehicle. Next slide. Drug interactions, you have to be very careful when you consult your doctor. Next slide. Oh, it is the next slide. That's something. Next slide. This is the curcumin therapeutic significance, but it cannot be used as a medicine. Right? Next slide. Anti-inflammatory, protection from tissue injury, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory and tumor suppression. Yeah. These are the molecular charges of haldi. I have, you can next see. Yeah, you can see that. Oral cancer, liver fibrosis, hepatic cancer, inflammatory. IBD is very, very important. Those अपना हिंदी में बोलूँगा लोटा लेके फौरन खाना खाया लोटा लेके बाथरूम हाँ IBD. This is very, very common in India nowadays, and you can control the type. This is the cancer, gastric cancer, pancreatic, intestinal cancer, and familial legislature. Next week. Oh, it causes cancer. It comes in intestinal by the infection. Next, please. Next. There is no need to tell. Thank you very much. any doubt.
So if anybody has any question, Dr. Umashankar is open to answer that.
I think it is enough to the awareness program. Thank you, bye bye, have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. These sessions beautifully highlighted the precision, medicine, pharmacoinformatics, and the future of digital therapeutics. Thank you for hearing everyone patiently. For the next segment of the conference, I would request the faculty members to escort our guests to the venue, and I would also request once the guest leaves the new AV room, then the students can reach to the new venue, which is the open amphitheater. Students, please wait first. Let the guests leave the room first.
सब हमारे नींद सबकी खुल गई। आई आई
How do you like? Are you ready now?
फाइंड अप करके वहाँ पे लेके चलो जल्दी।
हेलो
यहाँ पे सेटअप स्विच करना है। आ जाइए, वहाँ पे कुछ है कि नहीं है?
अब तो कुछ नहीं है। बस
ठीक है। और जिससे ये चल रहा था वो जो हमारा डेटा पीडी में डेटा हमने इस पर कॉपी कर लिया था। ये तो है ठीक। और ये स्विचर जिससे हम स्विच कर रहे हैं तो ये भी मान लेना होगा। अच्छा एक सेकंड सर। यस मैम, यस मैम, यस मैम। स्विचर मैम यहाँ नहीं, हम तो मैम सेटअप करवा रहे हैं। यहाँ से सेटअप वहाँ लगाएंगे यहाँ होगा तो क्या जस्ट हुआ तो सारा सेटअप कंपाइल करके वहाँ पर लेके जाकर करवाना है। नहीं मैम, एक फैकल्टी तो यहाँ से गए थे। कमीजा मैम कहाँ गया? कहाँ है?
वो कॉल नहीं उठा रहे, नंबर भी नहीं है मेरे पास उनका।
तो है नहीं मैं
लाइव में दिखा दिया हम लोग। हमारा फोटो आ रही वहाँ जाओ, अब तुम टेंशन नहीं थी ना, हम कुछ बोल ना पाए। आराम से आराम से। वहीं बदले
पीयूष को देख, पीयूष को देख, अभी गिरेगा वो।
छोटे बच्चों की तरफ ये गलत।
So in research, every challenge is an opportunity for refinement, and the same applies to technology. While we sort out the technical glitch that is there, I would start with the award ceremony, the Ravings Award that we wanted to give tonight to all the applicants. So the first award in Entrepreneurial Excellence in Biological Sciences Award goes to Mr. Sujit Kumar Singh, Director, Cytogene Research and Development LLP, Lucknow. I would request Dr. Ashish Malik to give the award to Mr. Sujit Singh. Next category of award is Outstanding Research Excellence Award that goes to Dr. Rahul Singh, who is Assistant Professor, Department of Bioengineering, Integral University, Lucknow, UP. I would request Dr. Ashish Malik to give the award to Dr. Rahul Singh. Next is the Young Scientist Award that goes to Mr. Mohammad Shahbaz Ahmed, CSIR Research Scholar, Department of Biotechnology, Era Medical College and Hospital, Lucknow. I would request Dr. Ashish Malik to give the award to Mr. Mohammad Shahbaz Ahmed. For giving the next category of awards, I would like to invite Dr. Abdullah, Director AIP. Next award is Early Career Researcher Award that goes to Mr. Azariab Shafi, Research Scholar, Department of Biosciences, Integral University, Lucknow. Next in series is the Young Scientist Award that goes to Ms. Yashi Nigam, Project Research Scientist, iCell and Tissue Culture Lab, Department of Biochemistry, Era Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, Lucknow. I would request Dr. Abdullah to give this award to Ms. Yashi Nigam. Next Young Scientist Award goes to Mr. Naimesh Purohit, Project Associate, ICAR National Botanical Research Institute, Lucknow, India. I would request Dr. Abdullah to give this award to Mr. Naimesh Purohit. Next category of award is the Academic Leadership Excellence Award. Goes to Dr. Madhu Yadav, Associate Professor and Head Department of Microbiology, GSVM Medical College, Kanpur. I would request Dr. Abdullah to give award to Dr. Madhu Yadav. Thank you, sir. For giving the next category of awards, I would invite Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey, sir, onto the stage. The next category of award is Visionary Academic Administrator Award that goes to Dr. Uma Shankar, PRO, Academy of Life Sciences, Biotech Park. Dr. Uma Shankar. The next category of award is Early Career Research Award that goes to Dr. Kunal Kishore, Research Scholar, Department of Pharmaceutical Technology Formulation, NIPER, Mohali, Punjab. I would request Professor Ashok Pandey to give the award to Dr. Kunal Kishore. The next category of award is Best Research Mentor Award, which goes to Dr. Shraddha Sahu, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Rama University, Kanpur. The next award is Young Scientist Award, which goes to Mr. Nandram, PhD Scholar, Crop Production and Protection Division, CSIR, CMAP, Lucknow. I would request Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey, sir, to give the award to Mr. Nandram. I'm sure the technical glitch. Next in series, I would like to invite Dr. Shashi Alok sir, Professor, Bundelkhand University and National President of SPSR to share his views on the conference and the topic. Dr. Shashi Alok is a professor at the Institute of Pharmacy, Bundelkhand University, and serves as the National President of the Society of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research. He is an accomplished academician with significant contribution to pharmaceutical education, research, and professional development. With extensive experience in teaching and mentoring, he actively promotes innovation, scientific collaboration, and industry-academia partnership. Through his academic leadership and organizational roles, he continues to strengthen research culture and inspire young pharmacy professionals across the country. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much. Respected chief guest, chairman, organizing committee members, distinguished speakers, respective faculty members, researchers, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to all of you. Firstly, I heartily congratulate to Dr. Isha Yadav and entire organization team for conceptualization and successful conducting such a well-organized and forward-looking international conference. Your vision, planning and dedications were clearly reflected in the quality and scale of this event. I would 3 months ago, Dr. Isha Yadav, Principal of Axis Institute of Pharmacy, this institute, had thoroughly discussion with me about organizing this international conference. During our conversation, she elaborated on the proposed theme AI-powered revolution in pharmaceutical and biological science. I felt them and I feel even more strongly today that this theme is not only relevant but truly a need of the hour for our academic and artificial intelligence is no longer distinct vision. It is a driving force reshaping pharmaceuticals and biological science today. The integration of intelligence technology with the healthcare research in accelerating discoveries, refining innovations, and transforming patients' outcome. The conference like this are not just academic gathering; they are platform that shape the future of science. Friends, we are witness a remarkable shift in the way of science is done, and traditionally discovery depend heavily on time-consuming experiments, trial and error and long development cycles. Today AI is helping us move from trial and error to prediction and precision. AI is influencing almost every situation's pipeline, such as drug discovery and target identification, molecular modeling, clinical and trial design, patient recruitment, personalized and precision medicine, pharmacovigilance, and adverse event monitoring. AI does not replace scientific thinking. It is strengthened by improving the speed, accuracy, and decision making. And today now, organized in the collaboration of SPSR, and SPSR is committed to strengthening scientific ecosystem by promoting quality research, academic excellence, encouraging innovations and interdisciplinary exchange, building national and international collaborations, supporting young researchers through platform, publications and mentorship. We believe meaningful collaborations and accelerate progress, and not only in pharmaceutical science but also across allied biological, medical and technological domains. So to all students, young researchers present here, I want to share one simple message. This is your era, 21st century, this is your era. So AI is not here to compete with your intelligence. AI is here to amplify your potential. So learn continuously, be open to new skills and work at the intersections of disciplines, and most important, use science for societal benefit. Your research should not stop at publications, should aim for impact. Once again, team of Axis Institute of Pharmacy, Kanpur, for hosting this prestigious international conference on such a relevant theme, and thank you for giving me opportunity to be part of this meaningful event, and I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Manish Singh Rajput, Head, Department of Biotechnology, AITH Kanpur, for sharing his experience on the conference. Dr. Manish Singh Rajput is the Head of Department of Biotechnology at Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Technology for Handicapped, Kanpur, with over 13 years of experience in teaching, research and academic administration. He has played a vital role in institutional development and academic governance. He previously served at Rama Institute of Engineering and Technology and held leadership positions within Rama Group of Institutions. He is a member of the Board of Studies Biotechnology at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University and actively promotes excellence in biotechnology, education and research. Over to you, sir.
Good evening to all of distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, members of the organizing committee, faculty members and dear students. It is pleasure to be here today at the Axis Institute of Pharmacy, Axis Colleges. I still remember when Dr. Isha first shared the vision and the roadmap for the conference with me before its commencement. I was immediately struck by the relevance of the theme, that is AI-powered revolution in the pharmaceutical and biological sciences. The AI-powered revolution is no longer a distinct future, it is our current reality in the pharmaceutical and the biological sciences. Volumes about the foundation led here at Axis Colleges Kanpur. This lab-to-lab and campus-to-campus relationship is ecosystem needs, and it is my sincere hope that this bond continues to grow stronger forever. I want to take a moment to specifically appreciate the convener of this conference, co-conveners of this conference, the entire organizing committee, the hard-working students, and not last but not least, our mentor and very renowned biotechnologist of the world, Professor Ashok Pandey sir. Hosting an international conference of this magnitude in Kanpur is a monumental task, and you have executed it with excellence. For this, all Axis Group, on the behalf of APRPB, I congratulate the Axis Group this milestone and wish all the participants a journey filled with innovation. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the Axis Group. Thank you.
Now, I would request Dr. Ashish Malik, Director, Axis Colleges, to give thank you note to our guests of honor. First, I would request Dr. Ashish Malik to give thank you note to Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey sir. Thank you for your presence, sir. Next thank you note to Mr. Harish K. Jain sir. Next, next thank you note to Dr. Shashi Alok sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Dr. Isha Yadav, Principal AIP, to come onto the dais and give thank you notes to our speakers. I would invite Professor Dr. Gyan Siu Hu, Dean Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia, for the thank you note. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Tan Siu Mie, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia, for receiving the thank you note. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Rajneesh Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Engineering and Technology, IIT BHU, Varanasi, to receive the thank you note. I would invite Dr. Shubha Jain, HOD CSC, to give the thank you note to Dr. Rajneesh Kumar. Next, I would invite Dr. Uma Shankar, former Principal Scientist, CS Institute of Toxicology Research, for receiving the thank you note onto the stage, please. Next, I would invite Dr. Shiv Pujan, Director Biotox Solutions, Lucknow, for receiving the thank you note from Dr. Shubha Jain. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Kumar Sanu, HOD Diploma, onto the stage for giving the mementos to our guests. I would also like to invite Professor Dr. Neeraj Verma, Director, ICAR College of Pharmacy, Lucknow, to receive the memento. Professor Dr. Neeraj Verma. Now I would like to invite Dr. Arvind, Director Admin, Hajia Group of Institutions, Lucknow, onto the stage for receiving the memento. Dr. Arvind. I would invite Dr. P.K. Jain, Director, Z College of Pharmacy, Unnao, for receiving the memento. Thank you, Kumar Sanu, sir. Now I would request Dr. Arun Kumar, HOD ME, to please come onto the stage for giving the mementos. The next memento, I would invite Dr. Prashant Katiyar, Director, Kanpur Institute of Technology and Pharmacy, Kanpur. Dr. Prashant Katiyar. Next, I would invite Dr. Manish Singh Rajput, Head of Department, Biotechnology, Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Technology for Handicapped, Kanpur, to receive the memento. For next memento, I would like to invite Professor Phulchand, Professor and Program Head, Pithankar Mahavir College of Pharmacy, PMU, Muradabad, Uttar Pradesh, for receiving the memento. Professor Phulchand. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Kumar Gupta, Associate Professor, CSJMU, Kanpur, for receiving the memento. Dr. Ajay Kumar Gupta. I would like to invite Dr. Neetu Sachan, Assistant Professor, HBTU, Kanpur, for receiving the memento. Dr. Neetu Sachan. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Viren Kumar Yadav, Principal, R.P. Mishra College of Pharmacy, Fatehpur, to receive the memento. Dr. Viren Kumar Yadav. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Somesh Saxena, COE and Chief Proctor, Access Colleges, onto the dais for giving the mementos. I would invite Dr. Alka Mishra, Associate Professor, Goel Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, to receive the memento from Mr. Somesh. Dr. Alka Mishra. National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Rai Bareli. Priya Tiwari. I would like to invite our guests of honor, Professor Ashok Pandey, Mr. Harish K. Jain, Dr. Shashi Alok, and our eminent speakers, Professor Dr. Gansu, Dr. Tansu, Dr. Rajneesh, Dr. Uma Shankar, and Dr. Shiv Pujan, directors, and our HODs for a group photograph. Next, I would request all the awardees to get ready for a group photograph. Once this photograph is clicked, I would invite all the awardees who have won the different awards today for a group photograph onto the stage. I would invite all the awardees to please come onto the stage for a group photograph. request all the awardees to reach to the stage for a group photograph session. Thank you. I would be now announcing the poster presentation offline results now. For giving the results, I would request Dr. Ashish Malik, Director Access Colleges, to give the awards to the winners. The third prize in the poster presentation goes to Vaishnavi Srivastav, Department of Life Science Technology, CSJMU Kanpur. Vaishnavi Srivastav. The second prize in the poster presentation competition goes to Access Institute of Pharmacy, Kanpur. And I am now taking the names: Sakshi Yadav, Kuvar Raj Yadav, Kanak Saini, and Kumar Anjam Jafri. I would request all the students to please come onto the dais. And the wait is over for the first prize in poster presentation competition. The college that has won the first prize is Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Technology for Divyangjan, and the students are Priyanshu Kumari Sinha, Princy Jain, Nandini Sahi, and Aditi Sinha. I would request all the students to please come onto the stage for collecting their awards. Priyanshu, Princey, Nandini, Aditi. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, sir. Now, I think the video from Jane Singh sir has reached us, and we'll be playing the video to hear what sir has to say about the conference and the proceedings that held today.
Organize such a wonderful international conference on artificial applications and how it's going to be beneficial in pharma sectors and biologics. The topic chosen by the management is of great relevance and importance to the healthcare sector. Especially I congratulate its chairman, Raj Krishna ji, who is having great vision to have such wonderful group of institutions in Kanpur. I have gone through its various portfolios and I found to be very interesting when most of the students who have passed from Axis group of institutions, they are getting very good placement. I am equally excited to see that Abdul Khan, who is the director, is doing very good work at the College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Dr. Isa Yadav, who is the principal, and the team is doing extremely good work. I have come to know that Dr. Ajay Sachanji, who is Deputy Drug Controller CDSU, has also joined today to you people. Greetings from Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh to all the pharmacists, the scientists, the industrial people who have joined this international conference. It is a great event which is happening in UP, and I congratulate each one of you who are present over there. As you are aware, this is the age of technology, age of artificial intelligence, machine learning and its application. Our Honorable Chief Minister wants to see that UP become a favorable destination in healthcare sector. As you are aware that we are having about 81 medical colleges, that is, in most of the district we are having one medical colleges, many hospitals who are having state-of-art facilities. We are having very competent doctors over there. Many of you may be knowing that India is known as the pharmacy of the world, and the Honorable Prime Minister and the present government wants to see that India becomes an innovative nation. So the dynamic Chief Minister Adityanath ji wants that UP take this leverage, and we were lacking in pharma sector, so we want to have a frog leaps so that we can become a very favorite place for doing innovation and research. In this context, one of the major steps taken by UP government is the formation of UP Council to promote pharma, and is a Section 8 company. It has already become operative. About 80 hospitals and the institutions have joined our network of doing clinical research. Hopefully, UP would become a very favorable destination for doing clinical research, innovation, and taking a lead in formulation development research. You people will be pleased to know that the Honorable Chief Minister has decided to have two very dedicated parks. One is the Medical Devices Park, which is spread in about 350 acres at Jewar International Airport, and it is going to be a game changer for not only UP but for the whole country. You may be aware that most of the medical devices, diagnostic and medical technology related, the instruments are the machines we are importing. In times to come, we want to be self-reliant. In similar fashion, at Lalitpur, which is at Bundelkhand, the Honorable Chief Minister has decided that we may have a state-of-art bulk drugs park, where the key starting material, active pharmaceutical ingredients, drug intermediates, and other required rare chemicals would be manufactured over there. Initially, it would be spread in 1500 acres, and afterwards we are planning to have the area to be expanded as per need of the pharmaceutical capital industry and the innovators. You would be also pleased to know that the b.pharma, which is the area of interest to the people and the science, and which is the future of health related product developments or the innovations, UP is going to take a lead over there also. We are planning to have another b.pharma park near Jewar in 500 acres, which would be catering the needs of the biologics. That would be the formulation related dedicated park, and it would be in housing the research development plus the latest technology in that area. The last thing which I want to mention over here, that we are having a very lucrative policy which is known as Pharma Medical Devices policy 2023, and only on 3rd of this February, all the captain of pharmaceutical industry were in Lucknow, where we celebrated Pharma Conclave 1, and we have got very positive response. The captain of industry told the future lies with UP, and for students, for pharmacists, they are seeing huge opportunity, and job opportunities is going to be a great game changer for UP students. The people or the students who are studying pharmacy, they are having a very bright future. The entrepreneurs, the industrial houses, the R&D people, the scientists who are involved in this area, the time is of UP, and I'm confident in years to come we are going to take a lead. I wish grand success to this international conference which is going to take place today and tomorrow. I wish the outcome of the conference would be a great asset and value to the Uttar Pradesh government, to the India, and would be meeting the expectations of the globe. I am very thankful for the invitation which I received from the management of Axis Group, especially Dr. Sachin Yadav ji, who is with the ICAR-APRPB University. On his request only I joined it, and I congratulate again the management of the Axis Group who are doing extremely good work, especially Dr. Radha Krishna. I wish all the grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the words. There's a good news. Our conference proceedings are live on International Journal of Pharmaceutical Science and Research. That's a great news for us. Congratulations, everyone. I would request the technical team to showcase the live proceedings. This is International Journal of Pharmaceutical Science and Research. You have to type ijpsr.com and the website will open. As a next step, you have to go to the category menu, and the conference proceedings at number 48 is our proceedings for ICAR-APRPB 2026, which is live now. Congratulations for the efforts team. Okay, it's high time to start the cultural gala evening now. Science and culture together creates harmony. After a day enriched with scientific intellect, artificial intelligence, and transformative healthcare discussions, it's now time to celebrate another dimension of human brilliance, which is culture. Science advances civilizations, but culture gives it a soul. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cultural Gala Evening of ICAR-APRPB 2026. Every auspicious beginning in India starts with seeking blessings from Goddess of Wisdom, Knowledge and Arts, Ma Saraswati. As we have gathered here for intellectual exchange and scientific advancement, it is only fitting that we are beginning by invoking divine wisdom. May knowledge illuminate our research, may wisdom guide our innovation, and may humility accompany our success. Please welcome our talented students for Saraswati Vandana.
क्या
the serene and spiritually uplifting presentation. May knowledge always guide our path. Let's continue the energy. Love, devotion, and divine harmony has always inspired art and philosophy in India. The eternal bond of Radha and Krishna symbolizes pure devotion, balance, and cosmic rhythm. Much like science and humanity must coexist in harmony. Through graceful expressions and rhythmic storytelling, our performers now bring alive this divine saga. Please welcome the enchanting Radha Krishna dance.
राधा कृष्ण, हमारे भारत में हर प्रेमी को श्री कृष्ण और प्रेमिका को राधा जी के रूप में देखा जाता है।
A beautiful blend of devotion and artistry. Music transcends language, it transcends borders, and it connects hearts across nations. In a conference where global experts have united, music reminds us of that harmony is universal. Now presenting a soulful solo performance that promises to touch every heart. Please welcome a talented singer onto the stage, inviting Aaron Prince Messi.
Check. Check. One. Check. Check.
क्या कहते हैं?
Check.
यार एक मसला है बहुत बड़ा।
वो भी अपने दिल भी गया हाथों से, वो भी अपने ना हुए दिल हाथों से। ऐसे आने से तो बेहतर था ना दिल का उनके
heartfelt and beautiful. Music indeed is the medicine of the soul. Next, the classical dance is not merely performance, it's a storytelling through expressions, discipline through rhythm, and devotion through movement. Rooted in centuries-old tradition, classical dance reflects precision, just like pharmaceutical sciences demand precision. With intricate footwork and expressive grace, please welcome this classical presentation. Stunning display of control, elegance and tradition. And now get ready to feel the energy rise. From devotion, grace, we now move to celebrate exuberance. Punjabi culture is synonymous with vitality, joy and unstoppable spirit. The same spirit that drives innovation and research. Put your hands together for this powerful, packed Punjabi dance performance. That was electrifying. The energy in this amphitheater just doubled. Thank you. The Indian culture diversity is its greatest strength. From the fields of Punjab, let's move to the west now. Let's travel to the vibrant land of Gujarat. a land of colors, rhythm and joyful celebration. Gujarati dance forms reflects unity, circular harmony and collective energy, much like collaborative scientific research. Please welcome this colorful and graceful Gujarati dance performance. As we approach the grand finale, let us remember we may speak different languages, follow different traditions, and come from different regions, but we stand united as one nation. This final performance is a fusion, a celebration of unity in diversity, blending melodies that reflect patriotism, nostalgia, and pride. In a conference that brought together global minds, this performance reminds us of our roots. Please welcome the grand mashup dance performance.
एकदम दिख ही नहीं रहे पूरा आईटी टीम में अगर सर वो बफरिंग कर रहा था तो यहीं आ गए थे हां सीधा नीचे लेके कमेंट दो कमेंट देख वो बहुत पहले वो नीचे अरे कॉलेज में है
मरना यहाँ इन बाहों को, इन राहों को छोड़े झलिया जाए कहाँ। माना दिल तो है अंगारी ये आवारा ही सही। अरे बोल राधा बोल संगम होगा के नहीं। हर जन्म में रंग बदल के ख्वाबों के पर्दों पे हम खिलते। हम हैं राही प्यार के, दिल मिलेंगे चलते चलते। हम हैं राही प्यार के, दिल मिलेंगे चलते चलते। जय जय शिव शंकर का लगे न कंकर, चाहे कुछ कर ले जमाना। मेरे जीवन साथी मेरे सपनों की रानी, जिंदगी सफर है सुहाना। कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे ना सुना कीजिए। चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। हर जन्म में रंग बदल के ख्वाबों के पर्दों पे हम खिल गए। हम हैं राही प्यार के, दिल मिलेंगे चलते चलते। हम हैं राही प्यार के, दिल मिलेंगे चलते चलते। दर्द दिल दर्द जिगर ज़माने को दिखाना है। दर्द दिल दर्द जिगर ज़माने को दिखाना है। हम किसी से कम नहीं है, तुझको ये बताना है। ये वादा रहा ओ मेरी चांदनी। हर जन्म में रंग बदल के ख्वाबों के पर्दों पे हम खिल गए। हम हैं राही प्यार के, दिल मिलेंगे चलते चलते। हम हैं राही प्यार के, चलते चलते। वंदे
It was emotion, it was unity, and it was India. Now, I would like to invite Kirandeep Kaur, Manager CRC, to give the Best Research Mentor Award to Dr. Shraddha Sahu, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Rama University, Kanpur.
जूम करके लेना
Thank you, ma'am. Today we witnessed that just as artificial intelligence enhances human capability, culture enhances human identity. On behalf of Access Institute of Pharmacy and Access Colleges, I congratulate all the performers for showcasing talent, discipline and creativity. Let us carry this harmony forward. As we conclude day one, we reflect on a day filled with innovation, inspiration and intellectual exchange. Artificial intelligence is not replacing pharmacists, it's empowering them. Respected chief guests, honorable guest of honor, distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, faculty members and researchers. As we conclude day one of ICAR-APRPB 2026, we reflect upon a day filled with knowledge, collaboration, innovation and inspiration. Today, we did not merely discuss AI, we envisioned an AI-enabled healthcare ecosystem. We explored how pharmacoinformatics can accelerate drug discovery, how regenerative medicine can redefine therapies, and how digital health can make treatment more accessible and patient-centric. On behalf of Access Institute of Pharmacy and Access Colleges Kanpur, I extend heartfelt gratitude to our chief guests, our esteemed dignitaries, and international and national speakers. Every researcher who contributed in making today intellectually enriching. A special thanks to the organizing committee, volunteers, and technical team whose silent efforts ensured seamless execution. As rightly said, excellence is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, sincere efforts, and intelligent execution. Let us carry forward today's discussion in tomorrow's discoveries. Thank you. See you all tomorrow for another inspiring day. May I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem now.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
we'll see you tomorrow for day 2. I would request everyone to join us for a high tea now.